to the Tuesday, September 15th, 2020 electronic meeting of the Ann Arbor Planning Commission. This meeting is in accordance with executive orders from the governor to effect social distancing and mitigate the spread of the COVID-19 virus. We intend to conduct this meeting similarly to an in-person meeting. However, please be patient if there are technical issues. Public comment will be via telephone only, and to speak during any of the public comment opportunities, please call one of these two phone numbers. They are listed on the agenda, but they're the toll-free numbers. One of our technical difficulties is that the toll-free numbers are not working. So the one number is 206-337-9723. The other option is 213-338-8477. Once you call in, you can enter meeting ID 962-390-24427. This information is, as I mentioned, available on the published agenda, and it's in the public notices section of the city website and on the broadcast of this meeting on CTN channel 16, AT&T channel 99, and online at a2gov.org/watchctn, where you can select the government channel. Item number 2 is the roll call.
Commissioner Briggs? Commissioner Mills?
Here.
Commissioner Milstein?
Here.
Commissioner Gibb-Randall?
Here.
Commissioner Ackerman?
Here.
Commissioner Sauvé?
Here.
Commissioner Abrams?
Here.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt?
Here.
We have a quorum, but I would note for the commission and petitioners, we have 7 members and 6 affirmative votes are required to forward any land use recommendations onward.
Thank you. Item number 3 on the agenda is introductions. Do we have any this evening, Mr. Leonard?
None this evening.
All right, next is the approval of the agenda. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Hammerschmidt? Is there any discussion of the motion? Did I see minutes? Were they linked? Sorry, I missed them if they were linked. Okay, never mind. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Or you can raise your hand. That's fine too. Any opposed? That's none. So the motion carries. Next is the minutes of the previous meeting. These are the minutes of the September 1st, 2020 meeting. Can I have a motion to move them? Moved by Commissioner Abrams, seconded by Commissioner Milstein. Any discussion of the minutes? All those in favor of the motion, please say aye or raise your hand. Aye. Any opposed? That's no one, so the motion carries. Item number 6 is the reports from city administration, city council, city or planning manager, planning commission officers and committees, and written communications. Councilmember Ackerman, do you have any report for us?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Mills. So it's been a couple weeks and we're in a weird month, so there's a delay for city council meetings. So a couple updates from 2 weeks ago and then again from last night. A couple weeks ago in the planning world, city council made a few decisions which you had input into the process. So with respect to short-term rentals, city council did pass an ordinance that bans non-owner occupied short-term rentals. That's to say properties that are explicitly commercial for the use of permanently being Airbnbs. Those are no longer permitted in areas, in residential areas. They are still allowed in multi-use areas, so the downtown zoning districts, any zoning districts that allow for mixed use. However, they're no longer allowed in residential districts. If you are an owner of your home, you are still allowed to leave for a weekend, leave for a week, leave for a month, and let out your house through one of these apps on a short-term basis. But no property can be exclusively used for that purpose. Those regulations will go into effect around, I believe it's the beginning of March of 2021. Then also something that your hand was very much in was the sign ordinance. City Council at the ordinance's first reading passed the sign ordinance as is. Usually more deliberation and debate happens at the second reading, which will happen in about 3 weeks. And I know staff is ready and on alert for all the many questions that people may have, given that it took us 3 years to work through all of the idiosyncrasies and details and nuances. Moving from code to project-specific updates, in late 2017, both Planning Commission and City Council passed the 1140 Broadway development, also known as Lower Town. We did just sign an affordability agreement that locks 15 units of those as affordable units in perpetuity. Then also to other updates, Home to Hotel. It's a site plan down on Eisenhower on the south side of town near State Street. That site plan passed City Council. And then finally, the property where the Valhalla development sits, the 9.8 acres near Pioneer High School, that was annexed successfully. And their next steps as the petitioner will be to move the process forward with the rezoning and the site plan likely in the coming months.
Very good. Mr. Leonard, do you have any report?
Commissioner Ackerman, anything from last night that you think is noteworthy to share with the Planning Commission?
I'm sorry. Yes, we hired a city administrator, Mr. Tom Crawford, who's our longtime CFO and has been our interim city administrator now for his third time, has been hired on full-time. We're moving to the contract phase of the hiring process, so hopefully that will be permanent and in place soon, and we'll have some stable leadership in the chief executive's office. Oh, I'm sorry. Also, sorry, Dr. Stoltz gave us an excellent update on the 820 plan and the progress that their team has been able to make in just the couple months that the plan has been ratified. I really encourage people to go back through. She speaks quickly because she works quickly. And so there's a lot of really fantastic and valuable information. And her team presented it in an hour, so there's tons to sink into, but lots more homes buying solar in bulk so that it's cheaper per household, as well as really good news and developments in our negotiations with DTE to turn the landfill into a solar array.
Very good. Mr. Leonard, anything to add now?
Yes. Just one item, I wanted to alert that we will be doing some very wide outreach as we did in the past. We've scheduled another workshop to discuss the proposed floodplain ordinance text amendments in our UDC. That is scheduled for October 8th at 5 o'clock p.m. It will be a virtual, given our current realities, but we will be distributing that information widely. I'm sure you'll be seeing that in a lot of different communication pipelines towards your inboxes and other places.
Thank you very much. Do any other commissioner officers or committee liaisons have anything to report? All right, we will move on to item number 7, which is our first opportunity for audience participation. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about an issue that is not listed as a public hearing on this agenda. So not for the Ellsworth petition or for 1290 Duvarin. To comment on other matters, please call those two non-toll-free numbers. The first one is 206-337-9723. The other option is 213-338-8477, and you'll enter meeting ID 962-3902-4427. City staff will select callers that have raised their hand, calling upon you by the last 3 digits of your telephone number. In order to electronically raise your hand to indicate that you'd like to speak, please press *9 on your phone. You'll hear an automated announcement that the host is allowing you to speak, and then you can unmute and address Planning Commission. When speaking, please move to a quiet area and mute any television or background sounds so that we can hear you clearly. And please also state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. It looks like there's a number of telephone numbers that are on the line, but I don't see any raising their hand to speak for an issue that's not on the agenda tonight. If you want to, during audience participation, you press *9.
Not seeing any indication.
All right, very good.
Just as I said that. Hello, speaker with phone number ending with numbers 221. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. If we do want to speak on, say, the Lockwood property, when is the opportunity to do so tonight?
It's right after this audience participation. The Lockwood property will be the next thing on our agenda. So
And
there'll
then
be
the opportunity to speak would be after that?
So what we'll do, the order that it goes in is that there'll be a presentation, a staff report, and then we'll open the public hearing for that. So I'm guessing it'll be 20 minutes or so from right now.
Okay, thank you. I didn't see that on the agenda. Thank you for the clarification. I'll wait until then.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not seeing anybody else.
Very good. Well, those who are on the line, as just noted, if you're on for one of the specific petitions, there'll be an opportunity when those come up. So we'll move on. I'll close the audience participation section then and move on to item number 8. I misspoke. There is one item first. And that is for Mr. Leonard to tell us about the public hearings for our next business meeting.
Yes, we have several public hearings scheduled. One I want to acknowledge is actually a repeat from this evening's agenda. We have advertised the proposed zoning of 1290 Duvarn Road for City Council approval. The reason that we renoticed this is we are recommending action on the annexation this evening, but not the zoning, as the staff recommendation differs from what was noticed from the zoning district. The notice was for R1A. Staff is recommending R1B. So given the fact that the annexation will precede the zoning, regardless, we thought it was appropriate to renotice that just to ensure everybody had the correct information, of course. Then we also have a proposed amendment to Chapter 55 of the Unified Development Code, Sections 5.30.1 Plan Project Site Plan Modifications for City Council approval. This would be a proposed amendment to delete the plan project site plan modifications and add new paragraphs offering flexibility to setbacks for mixed use and special purpose zoning districts, exceptions to height limits for sustainable and affordable housing developments, and parking waivers for sustainable and affordable housing developments, respectively. Then we also have a new modification to a natural features protection or mitigation plan for the annex. This is the former the annex is an apartment development on Nixon Road. As part of their original approved site plan, they were to preserve numerous landmark trees. One of those landmark trees has been removed, so they need to seek an amended natural features protection plan. So those adjustments are being proposed. And then finally, a proposed annexation and zoning for a 1-acre parcel located at 3411 Geddes Road to annex from Ann Arbor Township and zone R1.
Very good. Busy agenda next week, 2 weeks from now, guys. So we'll move on to item 9A, unfinished business. And the first petition is the Lockwood of Ann Arbor Planned Unit Development Zoning and Site Plan for City Council approval. As I just mentioned, we'll start with the petitioner giving us a presentation. The petitioners, our team is coming in. They'll have 10 minutes. Hopefully it won't be interrupted with crazy technology issues like last time. Then we'll have a staff presentation, and then we'll open up the lines for the public hearing.
I just want to, is my screen being shared right now?
There is a screen being shared, and it is full screen version, so it looks pretty good.
Please, I believe Mr. Lockwood's going to walk through the project again, so I will click through, but please let me know if the slides are not clicking like they weren't last time. So with that, I guess I'll turn it over for now.
Thank you, Matt. It's Mark Lockwood with Lockwood Development Company. Our address is 27777 Franklin Road in Southfield, Michigan. And good evening, commissioners, and thank you for the opportunity to present this proposal for a second time. I would like to just briefly highlight a few areas of the proposal and not get into too much detail before handing over to our professional team to walk through some of the specifics of the design, site plan, and landscaping. The project represents a significant creation of new construction, high quality, affordable housing in a service-enriched environment for seniors, which seeks to serve a diverse range of residents. The development the proposal is for 154 apartments in a mixed income independent senior living community. It'd be a 3-story building. And for this proposal, we're seeking a PUD zoning classification, planned unit development zoning classification from the current zoning classification of R1C. And the proposed building have a 57,100 square foot building footprint. And 40% of the 154 apartments, or 65 apartments, would be set aside to serve residents of 60% of area median income or below, with 63 of those apartments at 60% AMI or below, and 2 of those at 50% of AMI or below, and the balance is market rate. So moving on, we have services for residents, which would include for all residents access to all amenities of the building, game room, movie room, arts and crafts, an interfaith chapel, fitness and wellness room, barber shop / beauty salon. We'd also have transportation services provided via wheelchair accessible shuttle bus, which would be available on site and running daily trips. Coordinated enrichment activities, including directed by our activities director, including fitness classes, arts and crafts, games, musical and educational entertainment, as well as various social gatherings and happy hours and the like. In addition, we have some available services which would be offered for additional costs, but on a more customizable a la carte basis, with dining with 3 available meals daily, up to weekly housekeeping services, up to weekly laundry services, and then optional offsite events, which would include things going to concerts, museums, sporting events, where we would cover the transportation and provide that, but admission to the event would be the responsibility of the resident. In terms of running down the public benefits, first and foremost, and largely the creation of 65 affordable housing apartments in the city of Ann Arbor, which is significant relative to the existing housing stock, as well as the creation of affordable housing over the last several years. We provide high quality senior housing with just representative average resident age of 82, just based on our existing 5 communities in the state of Michigan. A stormwater infiltration bed, which would significantly reduce stormwater burden on the system. Existing tree canopy management with preservation of landmark trees. Preservation of 61.7% open space, which would go significantly above the comparable zoning of R4C. Dual charging stations for electric vehicles, extended sidewalk in the public right-of-way to the east, which would allow for connection of the site to public transportation, the AATA stop on the northern side of the street on Ellsworth, and 100% infiltration for all impervious spaces, which would reduce the stormwater running off the site on a calculated basis from the current 7.92 acres, which the site currently sits at a very high level compared to the surrounding area, down to 1.64 acres of calculated runoff based on the stormwater management system. Up on the screen now is a site plan, aerial site plan with the significant open space buffer highlighted to the north. You can also see that there's a pretty significant landscape buffer and setback on the eastern side of the site as well. Moving on to first floor plan, which has a variety of common areas as well as resident apartments. Second floor plan, which is a continuation of additional common areas and resident apartments, and then the third floor plan as well. This elevations and an additional highlighting of the open space of the development, highlighting of the infiltration zones, and highlighting of some of the open space around the building, as well as the landmark trees. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of things I didn't get to in the presentation, and then pass off to our professional services team to get into some of the more technical details of the proposal.
About 3 minutes left.
Okay. All right. In that case, I'll wrap up and hand over to our architect, Jordan London from Edmund London Associates. And I look forward to your input and welcome any questions that you have going forward. Thank you.
And Matt, can you go back to the rendering?
Or back one, this one, or,
That one right there, yeah.
oops, sorry, that one? Okay.
So the building, which is orientated with the entry to the east, originally we proposed it towards the south and the main road, but that projected too close to the east property line for the neighbors, and two neighbor meetings that we had. That was a predominant comment. We also pushed the building back from the road so that the setbacks are 200 feet setback from the north that was pointed out from the school. The south setback or front setback is 69 feet. That compares to the current zoning, which would allow for 25-foot setback and a 30-foot rear setback. The east setback, which is near the residential area, is 145 feet and landscaped heavily. And then the west setback is 64 feet. And in the current zoning, both those side yard setbacks could be as little as 5 feet. You can see from the rendering that we tried to break up the building, the massing with residential peaks and asphalt shingle roofs, siding, brick and stone. The apartments, there are 154 apartments. There are 89 one-bedroom units that will range between 650 and 700 square feet. There are 65 two-bedrooms that are between 900 and 1,100 square feet, again, for a total of 154 units. And I guess I got to be close to running out of time. So we're here to answer any other questions that you have. We do have the landscape. I think the landscape architect is here and the civil engineer to talk about other issues.
About a minute left if you'd like to touch on any last items.
Joe, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. So Mark, if you flip back to that landscape plan real quick, or Matt, sorry.
Oh, all right.
Couple more. So Mark actually did a pretty good job about this. I just wanted to point out, this plan really just kind of highlights the significant landmark trees that we're saving to the north and to the to the east of the property. And it kind of highlights a lot of this green tone on here. It gives a lot of the areas that the residents will use for gardening, sitting, and walkway all the way around the property for them to kind of walk around and really get outside and use this open space that we're creating. This project has over 60% open space, which is really significant for this size of a project. So, and then the next slide real quick, actually go one more real quick. Oh, one more. Going around.
Backwards.
Back there it is. Okay, this one just shows the infiltration zones that we have around the property. We've got a really large zone out front, and then along the north and east side, all of those have emergency overflows that actually direct all the water to Ellsworth Road and not towards the back or to the neighbors. So everything, if it doesn't infiltrate, we get a really heavy rain overflow, it'll come to Ellsworth Road and not flood out the neighbors. So that's really the significant portions of this part of the project. And as we get into it, we can answer any of the questions that you have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kowalski, do you have any comments to fill in?
Sure. I would just like to add, I'll actually, let me switch to the landscape plan really quickly. I won't go through the whole my whole presentation again as we did at the previous meeting. However, I did want to, as the commission is aware, we had been recommending postponement at the last meeting due to some of the basically the issues revolving around the landscape plan and mitigation, so forth. Since that meeting, we've had a couple of meetings actually with the petitioner and their landscape architect, including one just later this afternoon. So I wanted to touch on kind of a couple of the highlights of really where some of the issues, and there are a couple notable issues that will be requested under the PUD zoning, which landscaping, sorry, PUD regulations do allow you the ability to flex some landscaping requirements. So really where we're at is that, so some of the parking lot landscaping, interior parking lot landscaping islands are required by city code. There are, is my mouse moving on the share screen? Okay. There are a couple landscape islands basically within here, and I believe it is over there too as well, where there is a hydrant located within that and a bioinfiltration area that kind of prohibit a tree being located directly in there. There's separation requirements between the hydrant and where a tree can be planted, of course. So while they cannot meet the cannot meet the requirement of that landscape island to count per code, the area of the landscape island does meet code, and the tree will be planted kind of just outside these landscape areas there. So while the tree will be planted adjacent to it, it's not going to be planted directly in those landscape islands. So technically that would not count as a required landscape island. This is a change that has been reviewed again with our landscape staff, and she does support that modification. Again, it does meet the intent of the code. Some work regarding the final mitigation calculations. As you can see from this plan and the existing, there's a significant amount of trees, particularly towards the rear of the site. However, a large amount of those trees are invasive and of a lower quality. So the mitigation calculations were a little bit more involved due to the large number of trees, but also some of the quality of the trees. What were marked as, I believe there's 2 landmark trees that were called out in the last plan review. However, but due to the health, our landscaping, meaning they're in poor health. So our landscape reviewer, they do not qualify because there's a health rating that goes with each landmark tree. Those trees do not qualify as landmark trees. So those do not need to be mitigated for. There's also, as I said, they will be clearing out some of the invasive species that are within there. That goes to part of the open space management of that area. And that will in turn help the health of the remaining landmark trees, in addition to the trees that they'll be planting within that area. So again, this was something that was reviewed again as late as this afternoon. Our landscape reviewer has no question that the mitigation will be satisfied. It's just a question of exactly finding the exact number and what would be required as a fine tuning. The last remaining item, the landscape buffer. So city code, although it is multifamily adjacent to other multifamily, city code does require landscaping buffers. They do meet the landscape requirement so basically on this project, there would be 3 sides that would be required. They do meet the requirements on this northern side, as well as the eastern side, which is adjacent to the residential neighborhood to the east. However, due to some of the slopes, in addition to kind of nudging the building over as far away from the residential to the east, there's a significant slope if you have visited the site out to the west of the site. It's not a natural slope, it is a man-made engineered slope, but it is a significant slope. So due to the proximity of that and the retaining wall and some of the utilities that are existing in that area, including stub from this failed development over here, the trees cannot kind of be planted within that area there. So, so staff is supportive of a landscape buffer. Well, I shouldn't say variance, but it would be kind of a modification that is, again, something that is approvable under the PUD regulations. All these changes were reviewed, as I said earlier this afternoon, and our landscape reviewer has no doubt that these will be able to be satisfied. However, we have put, if Planning Commission is inclined to move the project forward tonight, in either way with a recommendation in either direction, these concerns, we will have the final plans reviewed and approved before we even schedule the project for City Council. And I also want to highlight that what you see, although we are saying there might be a couple of tweaks to the mitigation plan, the nature of what you see in front of you here before, it would not change. I mean, the landmark trees that are shown as being preserved now will continue to be preserved. It's not a matter of removing more trees. It's really a matter of just fine tuning those calculations. So with that, staff is recommending approval of the project contingent upon these issues being resolved prior to City Council scheduling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kowalski. This will now open the public hearing for this petition. This is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed Lockwood of Ann Arbor planned unit development zoning district and site plan. Public comment may be made by calling 206-337-9723 or 213-338-8477 and then entering meeting ID 962-3902-4427. As before, city staff will call on people by the last 3 digits of your phone number once you have raised your hand. And to raise your hand digitally, you press *9 on your phone. There'll be an automated message telling you that you can speak. Please do move to a quiet area and mute any television so that we can hear you clearly. And as before, please state your name and address at the beginning of your comments. And keep in mind, you do have 3 minutes to address us.
All right, caller with phone number ending with 221. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you. My name is Susan Basquette. I live at 3 Trowbridge Court in Ann Arbor. Want to say good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your service on the Planning Commission. As an elected school board member, I know you do a lot of work on behalf of us citizens, and it doesn't often get recognized or appreciated, so I wanted to do that first. I also know that sometimes an enthusiastic idea can overshadow or miss questions or concerns from the public, and often they're not brought up by enthusiastic staff because they get missed intentionally or not. I come to you tonight as a member of the Southeast Coalition of Ann Arbor. As an impacted resident, I attended both meetings hosted by the Lockwood Properties developer. I asked questions and raised concerns, and some were addressed in the latest proposal, thank you. Others were not. So I want to present my questions and concerns tonight. The first one is the rationale for building on this location is questionable. Why this particular site? It's not clear by the developers the benefits to us residents living nearby or for the residents that they're proposed to retain. There are other likewise properties already in the vicinity. Within 5 miles of this proposed property, you have American House, Carpenter Place, Story Point, and Cranbrook. And by the way, none of these properties were imposed on a neighborhood like the Lockwood developer wants to do to us. How will this property, how will the Lockwood address the noise from the local airport? This land is not zoned for commercial use for yet another for-profit senior high-rise. Could it be that the city's payment in lieu of taxes, which allows for tax exemptions if the housing development offers housing at 60% of AMI, is that the reason why? That's just not fair to the rest of us who get no tax breaks. Secondly, the rezoning this property violates the master plan, which was a shared understanding of our visions for our city. Some of us were there for those discussions, and some of those agreed and fought for to ensure the property would remain an RC1 as opposed to being commercialized. The master plan currently calls for what we envision a community shared space, like a center, where its residents can have a meeting place, a learning center, a safe space for potential disasters. Contrary to staff's comments, the Bryant Community Center was not designed to serve the broader community beyond the Arbor Oak subdivision. Third, rezoning to a planned unit development is simply not warranted. It violates the spirit or intent of the PUD classification for flexibility, not to avoid the zoning requirements that are meant to preserve the character of our existing neighborhood, such as
30 more
ours.
seconds.
Is this being offered as a consolation prize? This proposal offers very little benefit to the public. We want to come to you to work with you on a joint solution that would be amenable to all of us. We are affordable housing. We are not opposed to affordable housing for anybody. Our rents and our carrying costs are minimal compared to what you're currently proposing in this offer. So please let us work together to help you find a more viable, amenable, long-term solution. Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. If anyone else would like to address the Planning Commission on the Lockwood proposal, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Caller phone number ending with 102. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission. Caller 102.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is A.G.K. Peepo. I live at 2275 Shadowwood Drive in Forest Hills Cooperative. I represent the Southeast Ann Arbor Coalition. The city of Ann Arbor, when it applied for permission to use the land between Ellsworth, Platt, Stone School, and Morgan Roads for the official city dump, had to gain permission from the DNR for said usage. When the original site of a quarry was tapped out, it became an unofficial and unregulated dump site. The agreement entered into between the DNR and the city of Ann Arbor included 2 promises from the city. 1, they agreed to clean up the unofficial, unregulated dump site, and 2, they agreed to suitably line the site they would use for dumping city refuse so that there would be no pollution of the aquifer. The city did neither, thereby leaving the entire area with a highly toxic plume of dioxane and vinyl chlorides and other pollutants. Our groundwater is completely polluted and unusable to the population that resides here. The city then proceeded to apply for Phase 3 dump space, which would have allowed the city to continue to dump pollutants and airborne toxins into our community for years to come. However, the DNR refused permission for further dumping due to the blatant abuse of original agreement made. The city was also required to dig up and try to remedy the mess under their Phase 2, which they did, though unsuccessfully, nonetheless causing even more airborne pollutants to be released into the breathing space of our community. The city, over the course of its dumping, promised the residents of this area that when all the dumping ceased, they, the city, would build a beautiful park with buildings and amenities, a ski slope, et cetera, and all of the unpleasantness of having to endure the dump for the residents would be ameliorated. However, the extreme toxicity of not only the site, but the plume that has come out of the site and spread even into the wetlands on the other side of the expressway has such extreme toxicity that nothing can ever be built upon it or the areas under which the plume has passed. The last piece of land in this area that would allow for any amenities, activities, services, or community-based safety and disaster preparedness measures is 2195 Ellsworth Road. The community of Southeast Ann Arbor is officially requesting that the Planning Commission give the citizens of the Southeast area time to present their plans for the only amenities they will ever have. And you can check your city demographics. There are none on this end of town. Further, the citizens of Southeast Ann Arbor are requesting an investigation into the wrongdoing of the city in regard to this area. We also feel that the city has some responsibility for funding the benefits to the population of this area. The center that we would like to see developed on this site would serve the entire area of some 5,000 people that reside in this small half-mile radius. Unlike the Bryant Center, which the city keeps trying to tell us is all we need, when they know its only mandate is to the 250 houses comprising Ann Arbor Oaks subdivision, and which falls woefully short of the actual population in this high-density area. We look forward to working with the Planning Commission to resolve this matter. And we want you to think in terms of what our needs of the citizens on this side of town truly are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are a couple other hands raised that Mr. Leonard is promoting now.
Caller with phone number ending with 134. That is caller with phone number ending with 134. If you can unmute yourself, and you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. This is Ken Garber. I live at 28 Haverhill Court, which is on the far north side of Ann Arbor. I'm really happy to be with you once again, and I'm really glad that Lockwood Senior Living didn't give up on Ann Arbor after City Council rejected the Jackson Road project 2 years ago. It's good to see this Ellsworth Road proposal today. The 65 affordable units are a badly needed public benefit. This is a good proposal from an excellent company. However, the sustainability elements are lacking. Other than some EV charging stations, the stormwater infiltration bed, and the fact that there will only be 154 parking spaces versus the 231 required, which preserves open space, I see none in the plan. The petitioner especially should be making this development all electric. As you know, the 820 plan in Strategy 2, Action 1, specifies the following goal, quote, all new residential and commercial buildings are designed and built to operate without the use of natural gas, reducing the increased costs associated with retrofitting existing systems, end quote. This is now official city policy. Such buildings are technically and economically feasible, as Commission has seen with the Valhalla, Glen, and Viridian projects. For planned projects especially, electrification should be the standard for approval. I hope the Ordinance Review Committee is considering this. Sorry, I haven't been keeping up with your work on that area. Now, will it cost developers more for all electric VRF systems than for the standard gas-fired boilers and ductwork? Maybe slightly. You'll remember that the Valhalla development team, when you asked them this back in June, wasn't sure. They did expect a slight increase in operating costs, but said that resident utility bills would not go up. Now, Lockwood has many more affordable units than Valhalla, but electrification does not preclude affordability. In your packet tonight, you'll find the list of recent all-electric projects in the Bay Area that I sent you, including 18 affordable developments. These got going even before the cities of San Jose, Berkeley, Menlo Park, and San Mateo all passed ordinances banning natural gas in new construction. If Lockwood tells you that electrification is too expensive, it should document that with a detailed comparison, gas versus electric, for review by staff, Commission, and the public.
30 seconds.
All right, I'll conclude. I would have eagerly supported this plan 2 years ago, but our world has changed and our city has evolved. In 2020, at this very late stage of the climate crisis, it's past time to put an end to natural gas in new construction. We need to go all electric unless there's an extremely compelling reason not to. Thanks.
Thank you very much. For the other callers on the line, we see hands raised. We'll work on getting you in. If you are on the line and wish to address Planning Commission, you can raise your hand by pressing *9.
Caller with phone number ending with 534. Caller with ending with 534. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hello, this is Tom Stolberg. I live at 1202 Travers Street. Formerly, I developed subdivisions and presented for rezonings in multiple communities in Oakland County, not in Washtenaw County. On one such occasion, I had a plan, a proposal that the community really liked and wanted, but it didn't meet the master plan. So I waited, and I went to my seller and the landowner and got an extension, and the city changed the master plan. They went through the proper process of updating the master plan, not specifically for me and only me, but they looked at the area surrounding there, and the community did want it, and the public was able to speak and say, yes, we do want this type of project. And once that master plan was changed, then my rezoning application was voted on and passed, and it ended up being a good development, and people were happy. I see a similar thing going on here in Ann Arbor. The original Lockwood proposal of on Jackson Road was turned down for that very same reason. It didn't meet the master plan, and the opportunity was there to approve that project on that site if the community first went through the proper process and had a master plan revision where the broader community could weigh in and say, is this, we have a current master plan which speaks to the vision that the city and the community has for a particular area. If that vision has changed, the proper process is to have a master plan revision. And then the community can speak about, hey, we want to see something different on the site. Our vision that's spoken in the master plan has changed. This conversation needs to happen. So the same thing here on this site needs to happen. If this project, which has a lot of good things going for it, if the community as a whole wants this project on this site, well, right now this project doesn't meet the master plan, but if we have a master plan revision and we review the site and the broader community gets to have input on this and determines, yes, our vision for the site has changed and it would fit this project, well, then we change the master plan, and then, and only then, we have the rezoning application that you have before you viable to be heard and passed at that time. So we're bypassing an entire step in the process by skipping that. This is not what the master plan calls for the site, so we have to revise the master plan before we should be considering such a rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do see at least one more hand, but again, if you're on the line and wish to speak to this proposal, it's *9.
Caller with phone number ending with the numbers 133. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lester Reynolds. I'm a member of the University Townhouses Co-op. I don't wish to provide my address in this public forum, however. I am also a member of the Southeast Ann Arbor Coalition, and I wanted to add my voice to this conversation. Wanted to let you know that I am against this Lockwood development rezoning request. Seeing as how this proposal was previously rejected on the other side of town, this development is still looking to rezone rather than just building on commercial classified land. This development would not offer anything to the current residents in our areas. Instead, it would be devastating to our area, at least as far as I can tell. It would add more traffic to an already congested area, specifically and especially when we are not in the midst of a pandemic. I'm curious to know what type of traffic control measures would be put in place, adding to the ones that are already in there on Ellsworth. It seems that the development entry and exit ways would be rather close to the current traffic control right near there for the other co-op. Also, I'm concerned about what would happen with leveling this land to allow for the development. It would be devastating to the landscape that we're used to in that area. Especially I'm concerned about the rainwater. I know that they've proposed some mitigation measures, but during the presentation tonight, I did hear one gentleman state that there would be flooding on Ellsworth Road, and rather than to the neighbor. Well, I'm a neighbor down the hill, and so I imagine that flooding on Ellsworth Road would make its way to me. Over the last few years, we've seen the nature of our rainstorms change dramatically. So over the past 3 rainfalls, bad rainstorms we've had, our parking lots have been flooded. So I'm really concerned about what this development would do to our ground, and especially the rainwater. I have some concerns and questions specifically regarding the development. I know it's stating that it's mixed income, and I'm wondering if that affordable housing, affordable housing units would remain so after the residents, the first residents of these affordable apartments would leave. Would they then become apartments that would fall under the other price ranges? And if so, that would seem to make those essentially making those temporarily affordable. So that's kind of a misnomer. I also don't understand how Lockwood can plan the same amount of parking space as units. How can it be planned that the residents of these apartments would have only 1 car? How many parking spaces are allowed for staff and visitors? And where will the overflow of staff visitors park if there is not enough on site? Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. If there's anyone else that wishes to address the Planning Commission during the public hearing for this petition, you can press *9 to digitally raise your hand. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing and read the proposed motion. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve Lockwood of Ann Arbor Development Planned Unit Development, PUD, zoning district and supplemental regulations, PUD site plan and development agreement. That motion is moved by Commissioner Sauvé, seconded by Commissioner Milstein. We are in discussion. Commissioner Ackerman.
Thank you, Chair Mills, and thanks to staff for the presentation, to the public for your input, and to the petitioner for being here. I guess I'll lay my cards on the table a little bit, and then I have a number of questions. I find myself torn tonight, and I think answers to questions will really guide me in this process. I've spent the last 5 years representing this area on city council and having one-on-one conversations and community conversations about what it's like to live in the neighborhood and live in the area. And there have been some strides. We got a bunch of new sidewalk installed on the south side of Ellsworth. We got community center expanded. We streamlined how the Stone School townhouses can get sold. But there's also still a lot of pain points in the area. And so, I want to be sensitive to those and talk through them in a really diligent manner. On the other hand, I supported this project when it was on another site, and I did so for a couple reasons. I did because the market demand is really real. The data that we look at says this type of housing is desperately needed in Ann Arbor. Over the course of the next 2 decades, the senior population of our community is going to double as the baby boomer generation ages, and also as the millennial generation reaches greater heights of maturity. The strain on the housing market in those 2 ways is really tough. And we're SEMCOG, our Southeastern Michigan Council of Governments, which is this regional entity that helps track all of our demographic data, says this type of housing is something that we're going to really desperately need 20 years from now. But also, I come to it from a really personal experience of watching my parents growing up really struggle to pay for housing for my grandmother, who had no savings and was living off Social Security. And the market rate units in Ann Arbor for seniors are 3 times as expensive as what Lockwood is presenting tonight. And the idea that there might have been housing that my grandmother could have gotten that would have made being near her loved ones easier and would have meant that my parents spent more time sleeping and less time worrying about their finances is a reality for a lot of people. And so those are the two angles I come from. A ton of sensitivity for the neighbors who I represent and I care a lot about, and also really recognizing that this type of housing is going to be super critical now, and will be even more so 20 years from now. So I think with that, I want to move into some questions. Again, I think the answers to them are really going to guide my decision making and consideration. And then a few other questions came up in the conversation. I think a lot of neighbors had the same reactions I did in reviewing everything, but there were a couple of new ones. I just want to hit on those quickly. Lockwood will not receive any local tax exemptions, right? I just want to be crystal clear on that. There's no brownfield process. There's no tax abatement. They'll be full-fledged property tax payers in the city of Ann Arbor, right?
They're not seeking any brownfield assistance, but broadly, the city provides a payment in lieu of taxes for any property owner that provides affordable units that are subsidized by any federal or state program, largely through low-income housing tax credits. So they would be eligible for that for the affordable units to the extent that those units were subsidized by those sources. If they provided those units and they were not subsidized, they would not be eligible for that. But I guess that would be a question for the petition, whether they seek to avail themselves of that benefit for the.
Mr. Leonard, Mr. Lockwood is currently, he's not in, he's on hold.
Could you, yeah, he is, if you could add 145, he got bounced out. Phone number ends with.
Mr. Lockwood, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. There was a question from the audience around tax abatement. What are your plans around local property taxes?
Our plan is, as with the Jackson Road proposal, to seek a payment in lieu of taxes arrangement under the specifically the senior affordable housing component, which should be a revenue-based or a net shelter rent-based formula. That 4% of net shelter rents, which are all rental revenues of the development, less owner-paid utilities, times 4%.
So for the 65 units, you would be paying based on a formula established by the city?
Correct.
Okay. And do you have a sense of the order of magnitude of savings that represents to you?
It's a little bit difficult to determine the order of magnitude of savings, but the gross dollars works out to be in the area of $130,000 a year of tax payment or payment in lieu of taxes annual.
So for those 65 units, you're paying $103,000 a year.
For the development.
For the full development. So after.
Correct.
Okay, understood. Okay, and I'll get with the treasurer and try to get a sense of what that looks like relative to what standard property taxes would be. But thank you, that's a helpful clarification. So I want to talk about stormwater first. So in the presentation, there was a figure that 8 acres of runoff currently hit the site and leave the site in a rainstorm right now, and that would be transitioned to 1.6 acres. Can you help clarify what that means? Acres are not usually a unit of measure we hear in the discussion of stormwater. So can you clarify how stormwater hits the site currently and where it goes, and then if your development were constructed, how that changes?
Sure, I can do that for you.
Sure.
I may be able to, sorry, excuse me, I may be able to share the screen if that may help. I could go back to that plan.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be
yeah,
great.
that would be fine. That stormwater page, yeah.
Trying here. Sorry, it's giving me a big lag here.
We can see it now.
You can? Oh,
We can see a slide, yeah.
Yeah, this is the cross section of the
yeah,
property.
I'm trying to. Sorry, it's not. There you go. Okay,
that
which that one maybe, Joe?
There you go. That's perfect. So, so currently the existing site is got a lot of trees and invasive and a single family home. And as the site sits, it actually kind of sits on top of a cone. So all of the storm water that comes to this site as it is right now, some of it runs to the north, some of it runs to the east, some of it runs to the west, and some of it runs to the south. It all kind of splits and runs in all different directions. Our project is taking about, I forget exactly what the number is, but the 6.9 acres of our area of development, which includes all the parking lots, the building, the lawn areas, everything within inside of that cone, and brings everything into those two infiltration basins. One, as we noted, it's on the north side of the property and the east side, and then the larger square underground system in the front of the property. So all the rainwater that enters that portion of the site enters those infiltration zones. And the only point I was making about the emergency overflow is every system needs to have an emergency overflow. As we know, we get heavy rain events. Sometimes they fill the system to capacity and they need a place to go. So that place to go actually is through a pipe network to Ellsworth Road. It's not that we're going to be flooding Ellsworth Road. We're maintaining a 100-year storm infiltration as per the Washtenaw County Water Resource Commission's code within our site. So the only thing left on our site is really the north end of the property. That is the natural tree vegetation area, which has all those great large landmark trees. And it's going to be complemented with other trees and everything in that area. That area is basically what's left. It will not enter our infiltration system that will actually run to the north or infiltrate as it normally does right now. That area will not be impacted. So,
and what about the steep grade for this to the east? So it looks like you have the retention and then there's a grade towards the east towards the Forest Hills Cooperative. What happens to water there?
Actually, most of that water there's several channels in that area. We tried to create kind of a hilly channel area. So the hills are there. They kind of funnel into swales. Those swales run into our infiltration system. So we actually tried to take everything on the east side that we could and bring it right into our infiltration system. That's why we created those little berms and undulations through there to pull everything that we could possibly pull in to our infiltration system into our infiltration system.
So that stretch just to the east of the retention, does that slope in towards the building or down away from the building?
That slopes in towards our parking lot.
In towards the parking lot.
Yeah.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay. So as it sits right now, water hits this elevated area where the building would one day sit and then sheets out and down towards the boundaries of the development. And then what you are suggesting is water would hit the building or the parking lot and then would instead sheet into your engineered system or this retention system to the north and the east.
Correct.
Okay, except for the area to the north. So I guess I would love to hear, I know we have some members of the commission who are, experts in this area, and if there are any creative ideas for what could be done to improve the natural environment to the north, to mitigate any stormwater impact, because based on this engineering for 80% of the development, the stormwater situation improves, and that we're capturing the water on site, which is right now sheeting off to the property's boundaries. That area to the north has no positive impact, and I'd love to hear if there are ideas of how to improve that. So we can put a pin in that one. So as a caller indicated, 100-year storms are happening more often. That's kind of our engineering standard of what we expect to see for stormwater systems. Can that be over-engineered? Can we make an assumption that bigger storms are only going to be happening more often, especially during the lifetime of a building like this, which could last, 50 plus years? You're applying for 99 years of affordable housing. What can be done to make sure that the systems underground are going to keep up with a changing climate?
Well, one of the things that's done is when we do our infiltration testing, that testing comes back with the infiltration rate of the soil, and immediately that infiltration rate is basically cut in half. So if we have an infiltration rate of say 50 inches per hour, it's automatically cut in half by the rules of the Washington County Water Resource Commission. And then they take one step further and say the maximum you can use is 10 inches per hour. So the soil itself actually has the capacity to infiltrate more than what we're designing it to. There is a safety factor built into all of these systems by basically taking that infiltration rate and dividing it in half of what's designed and what's tested on site in the field.
So by dividing it in half, expectation of how much water you capture, or at least the rate at which you capture that water, is doubled? Does that factor carry over? Is it a multiplier?
It's not really a multiplier. It's the size of the basin and the system. So if the soil could infiltrate 50 inches per hour, you would only need a certain size. So by dividing it or reducing it all the way down to 10, you're increasing the footprint of the system, which actually increases the rate, the amount of actual water that would be infiltrated.
Okay. Okay. And then have you all given any further consideration to how you could over-engineer this to keep up with increased water trends over time? So last time the Water Resource Commission passed these regulations was 2014, and we've seen a shift in rainfall even in those last 6 years. What are your thoughts on protecting your investment long-term by increasing the amount of stormwater that your system has the capacity of retaining and detaining?
So one of the things we worked with with Peter Stevens at the city there is we actually provided one of our emergency overflows from the rear infiltration system, actually flips right around and goes to the front infiltration system. So if the rear system got over flooded, that water would then be picked up with the pipe network and actually brought to the front system, actually before being released off-site. So that's kind of an added benefit. We don't have any other safety systems built into this. That's something I guess we would probably have to look further into.
Okay. Thank you. And then a question to staff. What is our recourse if something happens to the system in the future? I think to the development on Springwater, where one of the big detention drains, got clogged some decade after construction, and we were able to hold the developer accountable to fix that. What's our recourse should something happen? Are there surety bonds? Do we have a legal means to enforce?
Sure. Yeah. Sorry, we don't take a bond up front for something up like that. However, I mean that just one, there will be also a development agreement that goes with this, but development agreement or not, the owner of the site, whether it's Lockwood still in 20 years or 30 years, whatever it may be, they are responsible for keeping that system up and functioning for the life of that project is operating on that property. So this can even involve staff can request a routine inspection to make sure that it's functioning the way it should be. But also, as I said, so that's in the code, whether or not there'd be a development agreement along with that. But this project also has a development agreement that will go with it that further gives the city, kind of another enforcement mechanism to really go after this petitioner. Really, if any item of the project fails, I mean, they are required to keep this all operations fully operational, including all utilities, which is stormwater as well. So for that life of that project, those things do need to be maintained, whether it's this owner or any other owner in the future.
Okay, so I'm going to move on. Thank you, Mr. Quilisi. I'm going to move on from stormwater. What I'm hearing is the situation, because we would be engineering the site, we would be introducing stormwater detention and retention, and we're changing some of the grades. There's a positive impact to stormwater compared to what happens on the site today. That's not to say it's perfect and it couldn't be better. And what I'm hearing are there might be opportunities to the north, and there might be opportunities to over-engineer and create some greater safety mechanisms should one part fail. But I'm also hearing that in the event of failure, the city has the means to enforce the repair. And so that's helpful. I'm going to move to massing and height, so the actual physical footprint and size of the building. I think 3 stories and 42 feet wouldn't be that different than surrounding townhouses. I mean, certainly it's larger, but it's not, it's not a high rise. It's not towering over the developments. However, the property is elevated relative to some of the surrounding properties. And so I wanted to get a sense if you had renderings that compared your elevations to surrounding properties with kind of the topography as well. That's a question to the petitioner.
Yeah. You can go back to the rendering, Matt. We cut a section on the previous project that we did in our attempt to show what this building would look like to adjacent households. Since the setback to the east is 145 feet, we don't have enough paper to actually do that. But a 2-story house would be roughly maybe 10 feet lower than this. And then I think if you go on, we do have a rendering in this packet, Matt, at the end maybe that shows the alternate plan that we did, or maybe it's just a site plan. Is that the end of it? No. Well, if you look at the site plan here, we originally came in, the building was turned towards the street, and so that there was a much bigger impact on the residential neighborhood to the east with the wall. And then we pushed the building back to the north and to the east. And then we create these wings to minimize the scale of the building, but also we have the bump outs. Go back to the rendering real quick. Sorry for ordering you around, Matt.
No, that's okay. Sorry. Whoop.
Yeah, so I know this doesn't exactly answer your question because there isn't a structure that's really close that we could fit on the sheet. But basically what we did to minimize the scale of a fairly large project, again, is to have these bump outs like at the end of the building and the balconies. And then we mixed up the materials both with brick and different colors of brick and stone materials and then siding materials, as opposed to making it all brick and all one color. So those are some of the things that we do with those peaks as well to reduce the massing of the overall building and have it fit in and look more residential in scale.
Did you play with different geometries? So for example, on Jackson Road, you introduced an X-shaped building and spoke to the merits of that design. Now we're seeing an H. Do different geometries, different shapes of buildings reduce or lessen any impact to the surrounding viewscape?
Yeah, the shape that we pick is based on two factors. One is an internal factor of walking distance for our senior residences. So you see sort of these symmetrical designs so that no one person is walking too far, and some people are walking very short distances, some people are walking very long distances. So when we do these, that's another reason to go 3 stories to shorten the overall walking distances. In this particular case, the actual shape, we have a number of different shapes that we can use that fit the inside needs of the residents. On the outside, so why an H versus an X or something else? Well, on this particular site, the H shape fit in better with the rectangular shape of the property, and that we were able to create sort of instead of a single row, we were able to create these pockets in the H, which serve for outside space for the residents, but also opportunities for additional landscaping and again to break up. Maybe the site plan will show. Yeah, this will show it. So you can see that these outdoor areas that are within the 2 T's provide activity space for the residents and also green space for the community that face it. So we looked at, certainly we started maybe with the X shape, but we felt that this shape fit this site better, and that's why we're proposing.
Okay. On Jackson Road, you all were able to redesign the building for a reduction of 6,000 square feet in total between versions of site plans. Have you looked for similar, say, I guess, reductions of massing here?
Yeah, one of the things is this is a much bigger site than Jackson Road. And we are proposing more units, but we're also proposing more open space than this site. So when we looked at it and we looked at how this fit on the site initially, quite frankly, it was easier to site plan because of the fact that it's a larger site. Now the back of it slopes off significantly to the north, so we couldn't push the building all the way back there. But in terms of we made a similar redesign on this site plan as we did on the Jackson Road after talking to the residents. So I'm sorry that we don't have that. I have it on my screen, but to show you, but we did submit it to the city, an alternate plan where the building basically is flipped 90 degrees and the wing that's to the north and south was up against the residential area, and the setback was significantly less. And so the modification we made to this plan is to flip it, maybe not 100% ideal from having the entry not facing the road, but oh, there it is, yes. So you can see this is where we started from. It was from a perspective of, hey, let's put the front of our building out visible to the road as people pass by, so they can see what the building is and everything. But again, you can see the parking to the side got quite close to the east property line and the residential units there, and that was and also we had parking in front of the building in the front setback, so that there was a neighbor across the street who actually is in Pittsfield Township, but one of his comments was, can't you give me more green space in front of the building? So based on those 2 comments, we were able to flip the building, provide significant more green space in both the east and the south sections of the property.
Okay. I want to turn to traffic. This came up as a resident concern and does similarly with pretty much all the developments that we review. I'll just say as a starting point, we've experienced, and the data proves out nationally and locally, that senior developments generate a lot less traffic, just given the population. And I was hoping someone from the petition team or someone from staff could just quickly walk us through some highlights of your traffic study as well.
I would just add, I would look to, the petitioner to add for the traffic data and the detail. However, I'd just like to point out, as far as, obviously our traffic engineer has looked at this, but, and have their approval, looking at what they look at the traffic impact on the street and everything else like that. What we did as well is, if you remember back and this relates directly kind of to the traffic and to your point, is that, we looked back at the original or the first proposal around Jackson Road, which was proposing significantly less parking than 1 per unit. This is essentially 1 per unit. There were quite a bit, and rightfully so, there's concerns regarding that. And from staff as well, as while we all want to tend to push for less parking, we have to realize that location as well as this did not have really any opportunity for easy overflow. So we did quite a bit of data from the petitioner, but staff itself, myself, basically did a couple of site visits to locations as well as looking at independent data. And for both of these petitioners' other properties that they have around Southeast Michigan, I happen to visit 2 or 3 of them, I remember. And the parking lots were significantly empty. So that it kind of bore out a lot of what we were seeing kind of in the data, but it was actual real world experience, because I did want to see for myself, well, if we're, providing this, people have to have an area to park. So it doesn't necessarily, I'll turn it back over to them to answer the specific traffic questions, but we did find that the data proved there weren't a lot of cars. Every resident did not seem to be bringing a car. So I visited a couple of times of the day. So anyway, that goes kind of the point regarding traffic generally, equals cars and vice versa. So with that, I'll turn it over to the petitioner to comment a little bit more on the specific traffic data.
I'll just say thanks, Mr. Kowalski, for doing that homework and actually seeing it in action.
And I wanted to reiterate that just because I thought that was a point that goes to the traffic. Thank you.
Totally, yeah.
Thanks, Matt. And as he pointed out, we did a complete traffic impact study looking at all the intersections around the area. And as Matt pointed out, senior housing does not have the peak demand as, say, an apartment complex would on a traffic system. Usually senior
And
housing.
Mr. Mayor, quickly, just for the layperson, peak demand is morning and evening rush hour?
That is correct, yes. Sorry, yep. So you don't have that peak. Where everybody's getting up and heading to work or coming home from work, those are your peak hours of traffic impact. And the impact study for the intersections that was studied actually showed very, very minimal, like 1/10 of a second, if they changed at all for the intersections around this development. That study was submitted to the city and reviewed and has been approved.
And so just to translate that, when there might be traffic congestion on the surrounding streets, that the impact, the increase that this potential development would cause would be a delay of 1/10 of a second to someone's total commute time as they travel in this area.
Correct. Yeah.
Do you have a sense of how many cars that is over the course of your morning or evening rush hour?
How might be on, I don't have the exact numbers from the traffic study, but you do have some employees coming and going. You might have, depending on which direction you're coming from, 5, 6 additional cars. The owner will probably tell you exactly how many employees are staffed during the times of the project and hours of staffing, and when those shifts change, whether this project would actually have that kind of an impact. But
Yeah.
Study, it's just handful of cars.
Yeah. And I don't want to downplay the traffic concern, but if to provide some reassurance, I'd have a lot more concern if this was just standard market rate, any age demographic housing, because you have people who are commuting to and from work. And really it's that rush hour impact where people feel the difference of a development, of a new development, that this is for a very specific age demographic, which is generally folks who have retired. And, you know, we know from past experience that the impact is far less and almost immeasurable. Or not measurable. So that's helpful. And then also, Mr. Kowalski, thanks for clarifying the parking question. I know someone had a question about that as well, that the ratio seemed low, and that does seem appropriate based on the demographics of people living there and the experience that Lockwood Properties have in other similar communities is helpful as well. I want to turn to lighting and noise. There was an added question from Trustee Basket about no external noise coming into the property, which I thought was very gracious of her to look out for future potential neighbors. And so I just wanted to touch on that quickly as well. What kind of soundproofing are these units having? You know, you hear horror stories of affordable housing developments that have paper thin walls, and I just want to get a sense of the quality of construction that you're eyeing.
This is high quality construction. The partitions are sound and meet all SDC sound rating requirements and exceed them. One of the biggest things that we know from these is that if you can hear between units, it doesn't matter if it's senior housing or if it's affordable senior housing or high-end luxury condominiums. If people can hear each other next door, it's a major problem. And there are complaints, and it's a long, and we as architects don't want to hear it. So there's nothing about this building that is going to be cheap in terms of the type of construction, the structural system, the sound system, the water penetration systems. This is really, in our firm, has been specializing in healthcare facilities and facilities to house and care for the elderly for over 60 years. And we do all the gamut. We do high and expensive facilities, and we do affordable facilities. And while there may be some material choices that are different and some economical systems that we choose for affordable to keep the cost low, we're not compromising on noise or anything that would affect the comfort of the residents either inside or outside.
Okay. I also, light pollution was a concern of some neighbors I spoke to, and I saw in the staff report that you're going to be dark skies compliant. And I just want to be crystal clear that you understand that no light can escape your property under those conditions, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so absolutely no light from your property will impact neighbors under law or as agreed upon in this development.
Correct.
Okay. Then just turning to noise quickly, on Jackson, we baked in limitations around when delivery trucks could come as a means to protect from commercial noise in a residential area. Are those same limitations being considered here?
Staff has not actually brought that up with this location, but we could ask the petitioner at this time. I mean, I did consider those. However, it was given some of the distance from where some of the loading facilities were on this. I didn't consider it as strongly. However, that's definitely a valid point that the petitioner could respond to.
No, I noted that too, Mr. Kowalski. I mean, it is a different site than Jackson. There's more space. The loading facilities are further away, but to some extent, this is more commercial than the immediate neighbors have experienced before. So I think if we could do what we can to reduce any kind of feeling of a commercial use in their area before or after hours when people are certainly home and maybe trying to rest. I think that would give people a lot of peace of mind. So I'd love to see that included as well. And I'm going to leave it there. I have some other questions around the amenities and then the school and pedestrian connections, as well as sustainability. But I also realize I'm monopolizing time. So I want to let my colleagues on the commission ask questions as well.
Anybody want to follow up after Commissioner Ackerman? Commissioner Gibrandl, and then Commissioner Sauvé.
I just want to follow up on some of the stormwater things that I believe Commissioner Ackerman was probably alluding to on our commission. So when I look at their plan, I think they have enviable soils that very few developments get to be able to take advantage of in our city. They have a fox sand, which has incredibly high infiltration rates, and very few places actually have the luxury of having that. So Mr. Maynard is absolutely correct. It's like there's so much safety factor built into what the standards are, and it's going to go way beyond what the 100-year is. It's designed for 100-year, but it's going to go way beyond that in terms of just how conservative it's kind of like beyond belt and suspenders approach in some ways with the Washtenaw County Water Resource Commissioner's Office with some of their standards, especially on sites like this, where they just don't let you count how fast it can go. And so when I see soils like this, and I could certainly ask Mr. Maynard to see it, like what the infiltration rates were, but in those fox soils, they're often, they can be 40 or 50 inches an hour, and they only let you count 10, in the regulations. So there's just so much, that's the least of my worries about this site is their stormwater, because they're just lucky enough to have the soils that work. So I think the open space at the back, it's no different than what it is right now. So it's fully vegetated. They're going to be planting a bunch of new trees. And so it's going to be, instead of the entire burden of the site flowing to the north, which most of it is for when I looked at their stormwater plan, it's going to be a whole lot less of that flowing to the north. And it will mostly, it will infiltrate according to the soils that they have. And taking it to the front just means that the burden is just coming off of this in general. So I am totally comfortable with what's going on with their stormwater plan. I also just want to bring up some of the landscape stuff quickly. I'm totally comfortable with the fire hydrant and the variances they're asking about for that. One thing I would like some clarification on. So the wall on the west, holy cow, that is and perhaps Mr. Maynard can get on again. When I looked at the top wall, bottom wall elevations along there, it is kind of a roller coaster going along there. And there's places where it gets to be, like 20 feet tall in places, which is nutty. Some of which are the development is on the low side of, some of which the development is on the high side of. And so I think what this is saying is that, this site has been highly manipulated in the past in terms, I believe, I don't know the history, and I would be curious actually with either of the staff members or perhaps even the petitioner would know about the history. But I do know that there was some kind of quarry action going on in here, and that's where you can get these like crazy steep slopes and all kinds of manipulated things. And so I know that they're going to be short on their conflicting land use buffer for the west. I understand that with this wall that's going to be going in, and you need space for the footing and all those kinds of things. So I totally understand that. But for the future land owners, which is Ann Arbor Public Schools to the parcel on the north side of the west side and a private parcel on the south side of the west side, depending on where that wall is in the arc of whether it's going up or down, I would request that in the places where the Lockwood is up and we have a huge wall on the west, that I know you're planting things along the top there, but perhaps you could plant some vines that would just vegetate that wall, because it's going to be huge. And I think that would soften it a lot on that side. And I know there's nobody there right now, but somebody's going to be there in the future. And I feel like it's a small thing to be able to offer and to be able to ask. And I think that it's something that would just make a difference for those people that are going to move in at some point as things change, or if the schools ends up building on that site. That would be just, I think, nice for the future to be able to have something growing on that wall, because boy, that's big in places. I mean, really, really big. So that's a request that I have for that. I'm also very glad to hear that you're going to be removing a lot of the invasives in that area and planting other mitigation trees instead. I guess what I would encourage you to do in terms of the removal of those invasive trees, and I've worked with these sites a lot, it's hard. And I would ask that, especially in these areas where you're putting in a lot of mitigation trees, is that you actually remove those things out of the ground. You don't just cut them at the base, because they're going to spring right back. And so you're going to be clearing and grubbing so much of the site. You're going to have big equipment out there. You have the opportunity, before you start building this whole thing up, and when you're doing the site clearing, to really take those suckers out of the ground, get their root systems out of the ground, which will just mean it's a whole lot harder for them to be able to spring back. I'm sure the seed bank is full of stuff, but it's really going to help if you can not just cut and then plant around it, but that you can actually get those things out of there. And that's, the key, I think, to being able to have some of these forested systems start to regenerate. So again, that's kind of a, that's not a typical thing that goes in the development agreement, but I guess what I would say is, just in the interest of your stewardship of this area, which is what is partly discussed in this, and it was one of the benefits that Mr. Lockwood talked about, not just canopy management, but forest health management, I think. So I would like to see some of that in terms of your process of your construction in that north area. So I guess just one more thing, and then I'll let some others speak, and that is, do staff know what the history of this site was? When I looked back in time on the, in the old aerials, it doesn't, it looked pretty cleared for a long time. There were some big trees and things like that on the north side, but I'm curious about, what one of the residents brought up about, some sort of adjacent area that had a bunch of, brownfield things going on in it. And I just don't know the history of what that's all about. And I'm wondering if anybody understands what the resident is talking about. It doesn't seem like it's this particular site. But I'm just curious what the context of that is, because it was my understanding that dioxin was only, over on the west side of town, and not, I had, that's news to me that it would be in this area as well. And I'm just wondering what the context of that comment is. Do you all have any idea?
I imagine that most of the contamination they're speaking to is a landfill across the street, there across Ellsworth, further down.
Okay.
Not on this site in itself. I can say I did probably what you did, is I looked back as far as we could on our aerial photos. And right, it's been kind of cleared. There is no obvious activity on this site as far back as 40 to 45. I forget, we got a really grainy photo in the 40s, but you could tell it's kind of cleared at that. And I know, as well as the adjacent site that was on Ellsworth, the one that I believe the school system is negotiating with, along the Summit site. It was previously called the Summit. It was under construction, and then they kind of walked away. That site, they did do environmental assessments when that came through, just as part of it, but there was no issues because of the adjacency. There was nothing on that site either. So I'm not aware of any contamination underneath the site or with it. I mean, petitioner could also speak to that, but that's all I can really add to that.
Yeah, I can't add much more. If it's something you're interested, we would have to probably follow up with our public services team who manage that facility. But I presume that the reference is less relative to the Gelman plume and more to the historic operation of that site as a landfill. I know it is under some review or regulation by the state for that. I know that there are obligations that the city has for maintaining that in a safe manner. I'm sure that has been considered in the context. Currently, the city is actually looking at potentially, because of limitations of that, as a potential site for solar energy. installations. But beyond that general detail, well, and then one other detail is whether it is any type of contamination, the city does require developments to connect to the city's water and utility systems.
Right.
So obviously, any sort of impacted aquifers is not a great thing, but that is among the reasons that we require utility connections so that we can mitigate that risk for any uses.
Okay, so it basically is, you know, the site across the street and not this site in particular. So I think it gets difficult for us to be able to kind of regulate around, you know, this particular site, which is across the street. And I don't understand all the promises or that were or weren't made in the past, you know, with that sort of thing. But it's difficult for us as on the Planning Commission to be able to kind of apply things from sites that aren't, you know, the one in question, just in terms of the way that we operate. So it's pretty difficult for us to kind of look into that, to be able to figure that out in terms of what my understanding is anyway of what the Planning Commission's ability to control and understand what's going on this particular site. So we now need to kind of stick to the boundaries to a certain extent with that. So I guess that's what I would say about that. And I'll sign off for now and let others ask questions.
Commissioner Sobe.
Thank you. Yeah, that site use was a question of mine, so I'm glad that got answered. One of my questions is a clarification on the affordable housing. In the supplemental regulations, it says 65 affordable units, no income no higher than 50% AMI. But in the presentation, it shows a mix. So I just want to verify what affordable units we're actually including in this and that we get the numbers sorted out right. Because I have 2 units at 50% AMI, 36 one bedrooms at 60%, 27 and 2 bedrooms at 60%. But what I'm reading is 65 affordable at no higher than 50%.
I mean, it's probably more accurate to say 65, no higher than 60%. There'll be a few at 50, but 60% is or lower is for the affordable. And I know we'll have a couple in 50.
Is there a reason it was at 50% in the supplemental regulations? Because that's better.
It was probably would have been an error or a typo.
Could have been my mistake.
Matt, got my hopes up. Okay.
Could have been a typo.
So yeah, that's a clarification. Like getting that up then is important. I guess on that too, maybe with like the parking relative to the old site and then this is the new site. There was, I recall like a amenity as like a bus transit that you guys had. Is that still in existence on this site? Do you have that as an amenity? Like a
yes.
Bus?
We have a bus that transports residents, yes.
Okay. I think that's like especially important where this site is located as an amenity. So I just want to kind of clarify that. I guess talking about sustainability and energy use, did you guys do any evaluations relative to electrification and a cost analysis to the EV? I know you've got the conduits run, but is it set up to supply power to the EV with your current electrical load? And did you review full electrification of the building as an option? It's 2 questions. Because right now you have EV charging stations, but they're noted to be installed conduit for future charging stations. And
we recently did a study. The parking came up recently on some projects, another project we're working on, and we did an analysis of all the Red Senior projects that we have in-house. the residents, the average age of the residents in our units came out to about 82 years of age. The amount of residents that actually have a vehicle, own a vehicle, ranged anywhere from 20 to on the high end 40, but more closer to 20, between 20 and 30 individuals. So we're willing to do the parking. It needs to reflect makes us reflect on how many you would need and if we need to add them. As far as whether the electrical was sized for that, when we did the construction numbers up front, we knew that we had to, if you do one, it's, if you get into dozens, then it becomes a whole new transformer system and different things. So that's why we wanted to be able to adapt to what we need there. But to answer your question on the full electric, we did not, I don't believe we did Jordan, I don't believe we did that. And I'm looking at the entire electric. I mean, from our experience, we do, when we look at the affordable, from our experience, the gas for the heat and gas for the stoves and so forth, people tend to like that, the gas stoves. And then from a cost standpoint on the affordable side, that's something that we look at keeping costs down for the residents on the utility side. I know those systems are getting better and more efficient. And we hope to be there. It's just when you're comparing the Bay Area to the winters here, there's a little bit of a cost difference on the electric for the winter heat versus the gas. We're getting closer every year with the technology. But on this one, we did not. We're not looking at the electric heat component.
Yeah. First of all, on the charging stations, we did not put in. It's not a problem if someday everybody drives electric cars and charging stations are the norm, and hopefully that'll be the case sooner rather than later. But the initial cost of putting that in would be very large in terms of the transformers and that sort of thing. The service is there. The ability to do it is there in the future. Even putting the conduit, quite frankly, the conduit would be pretty easy to put in the future. But putting it in now is a good idea. And it costs money, but it's not exorbitant. So I think that what we're looking for is there's flexibility there to add as the need grows in the future. In terms of all electric, there are buildings like this that where the heat source in the units is electric. We have done that. Quite frankly, the main reason we see that it's done in motels a lot, and it's done in some senior living facilities where they're going to flip the property because the initial cost is actually lower, can be lower to put those types of units in, but the operating cost is significantly higher. Now, hopefully that'll change too in the future, or simply we'll absorb that. But right now, it is a concern for the affordable units. Our engineer hasn't done a detailed study for this building on the difference of costs. We've done them in the past. And, I can tell you, when my son was at Indiana University in Bloomington, his apartment was done in all electric, and the bills were very high per month in terms of heating in the winter. So hopefully that's changed somewhat since that was a few years ago, and hopefully it's going to change more in the future. But our concern right now would be that cost would have to be somehow passed through to the residents.
Yeah, I mean, I'd challenge it, and push you to really look at it. I know you've got gabled roofs, but you've got southern exposure. You can put solar panels. You can capture energy on your site to, I know it's a cost to put the panels on, but it captures and feeds your grid on site too. So we hear these from all different spectrums because as an architect, I've done analysis and I've looked at, the cost difference, and there's a margin difference. We had a previous project that, talked about the upfront cost being more. You're actually saying it's cheaper. So it runs the gamut as a commission and what everyone's hearing too. So it's partially like what we might be hearing as also a sales pitch to stick with the project as proposed. But I think even gas ovens, if we talk about if people aren't driving, I'm not sure how many people are cooking so often or are particular about gas stoves versus electric stoves. I think that's a really easy switch to make. I can't see chefs being too, in-house cooking for that difference, and really starting to think about even those small changes right away to do electric appliances, and that the HVAC systems might be gas at this point with the project. So that would be something that, I'd look for, like all appliances switching to electric, and just thinking about bigger systems being gas.
And I hear you, and I think we're on the same page. By the way, the engineering system has not been designed for this building yet. And so we certainly, I think, can take into account your suggestions about appliances. And we can look at, I guarantee you, if I could convince my client it would be cost effective to go all electric, they would do it. And if it was close, they would do it. So we'll look at ways to save energy any way we can. And hopefully soon it'll come a day. There's different types of electrical systems. Some are going to be more expensive. The one I was thinking of, the motel type units have been around forever, are cheaper. But to run them at this time is not, but I think that gap is closing.
And I guess my last question I'll raise now is about the schools and the programming and the connection. I know that they're in early conversations now, but I am kind of curious with the dumpsters in the northwest corner and where it's intended to maybe connect. I guess it's still a little vague. So if the petitioner could explain a little bit more about how there might be overlap or not between, the note about the community gardens and programming and stuff like that. Like, where's that conversation stand, and what are kind of like long-term goals of programming between the school and this project?
The conversations we've had with the school system have been very preliminary, very conceptual, but they've revolved around programming. An example of a program would be, and they've also, to speak to Commissioner Gibrandel, her idea of the high wall. There's some idea of them not wanting the wall either, so we may be able to reduce that, and they may need some in trade-off for some grading and some things. So it's been very conceptual because they're not sure what I don't know the details of their plans. We talked about also things like gardening programs with seniors that interact with the elementary school children, that then have the food that's grown and then utilized at the in the kitchen that we have, the commercial kitchen that we have to serve the residents. So those type of things are things we've talked about, synergies there that are just interactive synergies. But as far as detail adjacencies, the only detail we talked about is maybe grading, bringing that wall down on the western edge. It may be, and that's nothing. That was a very that was a phone conversation. So, but we don't have anything in huge detail right now. But we've been actively speaking with them. They've been busy with other things going on, given the nature of where we are right now. So, but they have been an open to, as they look at developing adjacent, and we've been open with them as far as use of space in the rear of the building, or in the rear of our lot, and so forth. So.
Yeah, I guess that was kind of the question of like connectivity. Like, is it actually that the school might be able to utilize the open space, and that grading would help blend between those two sites because there's, a steep wall for some part of it? Or is it just that food comes over to the kitchen sort of thing?
Well, they've got some programs down, in speaking with the asset manager there, they have programs that started at Bryant, revolving around gardens down there that didn't really take off because some people come and take ownership and some people don't, depending on what year it is. There was not a huge interest in actively utilizing that space down there because it is elementary, and they tend to want fences because they don't want the kids just taking off and not being contained, having children, I know the way that works, but it's more been along the lines of, them being able to have some of the topo they have on their side. It may be helpful to have, so the way that site adjacent and Summit was cut, that maybe taking some of that material down and some share there with a joint grading plan. And in exchange, we bring the building down a little bit and they have some material so they can still have their game space as well as whatever they're planning on doing there in the future. So I think it sounds like they're planning for future expansion, but I didn't really get into their detail.
Thank you. That's it for now.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Milstein.
Thank you. So several commissioners have touched on this, and I just want to get a little bit more information in regards to this. And that has to do with the financial aspect of the affordable units. So 65 units are going to be at 60% AMI or less. And so I really want to know what exactly that's costing the citizens of Ann Arbor in the regards to tax breaks. I know Commissioner Ackerman asked for that information and he got an answer, but I'm still not 100% sure. If Mr. Lockwood or anybody else can talk a little bit more about what is this really costing the citizens of Ann Arbor in the regards of, if this building was built without affordable units, what would property taxes be collected and what is the reduction now that there are affordable units here? So can somebody address that on an annual basis of what is this costing technically the city?
Yeah, I mean, we could go ahead, Mark.
I'd be happy to address that. It's a little bit of a difficult question to answer because there are three factors at play. One is the structure of the payment in lieu of taxes, which is the proposed structure that we're seeking for this proposal. The second component is what would the property tax be in the event that there were affordable apartments in the development, but not a tax abatement. That's something we'd have to investigate with the assessor's department to see what methodology is used in appraising or assessing properties of this sort, whether it's an income capitalization based approach or whether it's a modified cost basis approach. And then the third would be the cost of or the property taxes of a fully market rate senior community of this sort. So I guess that's a sort of a long-winded answer to say that we'd have to do some more homework and discussion with the assessor's office to determine what the assessment methodology is and how it specifically applies to this project. So let's say, for example, this property has an assessed value of, just for the sake of ease, $10 million. Can we work on that numbers and knowing that the millage rate for property taxes in Ann Arbor is 49 mills? So I just want to, I'm still having a hard time, what I'm trying to understand is, yes, you're providing affordable housing, but is it really a public benefit? And well, it is a public benefit, but how much is it actually costing the city of Ann Arbor, the residents, with regards to property taxes that we're not collecting? That's what I'm trying to get a grasp on, because I don't have a really good understanding at this point of what it's actually costing the residents of the city.
I mean, the analysis you just did would be $45,000. You take the value, the value of 10 million, divide by 2,000, and then multiply by your millage rate. You may have to do 80% of that because someone goes to the land. But the challenge is, when you talk about pilot, I've done affordable housing for a long period of time. Having the fact that Ann Arbor has a pilot ordinance welcomes affordable housing. Cities have affordable housing ordinances. Farmington Hills, City of Detroit, certain ones have those. But for having, because if you don't have it, you can effectively keep out affordable housing. we talk about affordable housing in this project. This is affordable housing and it's a portion of it, but it's market rate. You will not be able to tell the difference between the market rate housing and the affordable housing. My grandmother lived until she was 92 in a American House unit, in an affordable unit, because she worked as a janitor in the school system. She did not, you would have known the difference between her unit and the unit of someone that was paying $3,500 a month. So that's important. But if you have a pilot, you enable affordability. If you don't have a pilot, that tool effectively cannot have, it makes that rental subsidy, it's an effective rental subsidy, in addition to the subsidy that's allowed by MSHDA. MSHDA provides a subsidy in the form of tax credit and also in the reduced affordable interest rate on the financing. So you get the financing plus the pilot brings you to or two tools that get you to affordability. But for not having those, it's very difficult to get affordable housing because the cost of just the general cost of construction.
So what's that number again on a $10 million assessed value?
I did just using 10 million. I didn't deduct I just took 10 million divided by, it's half that would be assessed value, divided by 1,000, which is the millage rate. So I take your number, 10 million, divide by 2,000, and I multiplied by 49, and I came up with 245,000.
Okay. And then are you receiving any federal or state funding on an annual basis here on after? So it's built. Are there any tax incentives that you're receiving other than local property tax reduction? Are there any other tax incentives for the affordable unit?
Just the low income housing tax credit funding and the MSHDA financing.
Okay.
Sure. So I could speak to the I guess the total different funding sources involved. There are really 4 funding sources involved aside from a local tax exemption. The first is the tax exempt bond financing, which is really, aside from the characteristic of it being tax exempt to the buyers of the bonds that back the mortgage for the property, it is a traditional mortgage obligation like would be provided by a bank. And in fact, in the current very low interest rate environment, there's very little reduction in interest rate on tax exempt bond financing. The secondary piece is the low income housing tax credit, which is a 10-year tax credit paid out to or credited out to an investor in the project, but that is effectively monetized on the front end to support the construction of the project up front. So it doesn't really flow as a subsidy annually to the property. So there's no, call it, defraying of operating expenses or direct subsidy of rent. And then the third and fourth components in this proposed development are home investment partnership funds, which is secondary financing at a very low interest rate, below market interest rate, and that is a contingent-based liability. So it's paid from the development on an ability to pay basis. So it's again more of an upfront capital support to the construction. And then MSHDA also has a matching program with the home investment partnership funds that are allocated through HUD of their really balance sheet reserves that they structure a very similar loan in a subordinate position for the development.
Great, thank you. And then how long are these units going to be affordable for?
The program-based affordability for the funding sources utilized is 50 years. I'd have to confirm with Matt what the affordability period in the development agreement is. I know for Jackson Road it was 99 years, and we're amenable to that sort of a structure for this development. 50 versus 99 years is not strongly impactful, I guess, on the feasibility of the project.
Matt, is that correct? It's 99 years?
Yes, that's correct. That's 99 years written in the PUD supplemental regulations.
All right, perfect. And I guess another question, with regards to the mix of units, that only 2 units are at 50% AMI, the remainder of the affordable units are at 60% AMI. How was that mix? How did you arrive at those numbers? And also with regards to how many are 1 bedrooms versus 2 bedrooms, how did that come about?
The mix, to start with the 1 bedroom versus 2 bedroom component, the mix is based on the market study for the development commissioned by MISTA, identifying need in the marketplace, as well as our experience with other developments, that we found that there's a pretty robust demand for both 1 and 2 bedrooms in most markets that we've been in, and having that balanced mix of the 1 versus 2 bedrooms provides a good coverage for the market and offering for prospective residents. And then on the affordability mix side of things, the 60% area median income is, again, with numerous sources of funding, there are numerous sources of rent and income restrictions. So the tax exempt bonds, as well as, and the mortgage, as well as the low income housing tax credits, specify 40% of apartments at 60% of area median income, or 20% of apartments at 50% of area median income. And in this case, we thought it was better to go in the direction of 60% area median income to have a significantly higher apartment count of affordable apartments, given the significantly reduced rent on those apartments compared to the market rate. And the 50%, the 50% apartments that kind of show up in our proposal as just a small subset are actually part of a 11 apartment group or layer driven by the Home Investment Partnership Program that specifies that 10 apartments that specifies that 10 apartments are subject to Home Investment Partnership Program or restrictions on rent and income, of which 2 are designated low home and 8 are designated high home. High home is the lesser of 60% area median income, or the HUD fair market rent for the area. And the low home apartments are the lesser of 50% area median income, or the fair market rent for the area.
Okay, thank you. And then I have one comment in regards to one of the callers that we had, Mr. Stolberg, who talked about the master plan. And Mr. Stolberg, if you're still listening to us, thank you for being here. But more importantly, I think there's not one member of this commission who does not agree with you that the master plan process, the master plan rewrite or the rework of it needs to get back on track. As many of you know, and those who don't know, we undertook almost a year-long process of finding a consultant to help us with this. A group of dedicated citizens got together to work on finding a consultant. City Council has unfortunately tabled this indefinitely, but that work needs to start again, because we keep running into these sorts of scenarios, and that is because our master plan is decades old, and it's time for a rewrite. So to everybody who has friends on City Council, including Commissioner Ackerman and Mr. Stolberg, I'm sure you have friends on City Council as well. I encourage everybody to contact your City Council representatives and tell them to get the master plan process back on track. Thank you so much.
I don't know if I have any friends on City Council, but I can message.
Thank you so much, and I will. I'm all set with my questions for now.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Thank you. Not surprisingly, a lot of the things on my list have already been discussed. I have a couple of questions, clarifying questions for staff. And I think I'm clear, but I'm seeing a disconnect between the staff report and what I'm reading as the current supplemental regs document that I found on eTrackit. So I just want to make sure I say this for the record so that everybody's clear and that everything's going to be updated appropriately. In the supplemental regs, it says there's 158 units, but we're talking about 154 units, correct? Yes. Okay. So that's the thing I saw that needed to be updated in the supplemental regs. And then this discussion of the split of the 65 affordable units between 60% and 50%. I'm wondering if in the supplemental regulations it needs to, like right now it just says 65 shall not exceed 60%. Is it worth putting in there that 2 of those will not exceed 50 so that it's, you're muted, Matt, if you're talking.
Yes, I can, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yes, that can be clarified exactly within the supplemental regulations. To the unit count, within the supplemental regulation, there are, you'll also notice some of the, within those supplemental regs, there's a little bit of leeway that's given. Those just, meaning like it may have been written to allow the possibility of 158 units within that site. But what they're proposing are 154. Now, again, it doesn't mean they can add units without coming back through site planning. But since this is a zoning, we're setting the zoning regulations the same way with it. And I know you didn't ask this question, but just in case the members of the public or anybody else that sees there is a little bit of leeway given within the setbacks as well, because you don't want to put them to exactly what they're saying. Now, again, with those parameters set in there, that's just setting the zoning for it. They still have to, so if that site plan changes radically, it still has to go back to planning commission. So I hope that kind of answered your question. And again, going back to supplement regarding the breakdown of the affordability, yes, that will be updated, and yes, that will be within those supplemental regulations.
Okay, and this, I kept reading in the staff report, 40% of the units are going to be affordable, but then I went to do the math, 40% of 154 is really like 61.6 or something. And I know the staff report is not binding. But I just, as long as like the supplemental regulations actually say 65 units.
Well, probably,
which it does.
It's 40%, but I believe it actually does say a minimum in there, but I don't have.
Yeah, I think the supplemental regs document that I'm looking at, if it's the current one, says 65 units. It doesn't have a percentage.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good.
That will not be that's in there.
My second question for staff is really just sort of for my own benefit. I remember when we talked about this project, what feels like a million years ago, and the pre-petition meeting, I think, we talked about that adjacent property. And there's clearly a sidewalk gap, which would be great to have filled between the property we're talking about and the intersection where there is a shopping center. And at that time, I think there was, I'm really trying hard to remember the details, but like there was no buyer and like no plans to do anything. But now it sounds like the school district is planning to purchase that property. My larger question is, before anybody does anything with that property, that new owner is going to have to fill that sidewalk gap. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, I would say a private owner, yes. I mean, if that was to be developed, like under that site plan that was previously proposed for that sidewalk gap is required to be filled.
But since it's a school district, do the rules change?
Well, the school districts actually have some accountability directly to the state as opposed to the city. So we, for projects such as new schools, they submit those projects to us for an advisory review, but they are not bound to zoning like private development is. So they're, I would say generally they're as interested in pedestrian safety as we are as an organization, but if that became publicly owned in that manner, they would not be subject to those regulations that Mr. Kowalski refers to that would require any private development to meet.
Okay. So there is a risk that gap might not get filled if the school is in fact purchasing. Okay. I don't like that. I'm not really sure what I want to do about that, but I don't like that. Okay, my third question is going back to parking, and thank you, Mr. Kowalski, for going out and looking at those similar properties. That was super helpful. But let's just hypothetically, say that everybody that comes to these 154 units brings a car, and we still need parking for visitors and we still need parking for staff. How are the spots being allocated? Is it sort of like first come, first serve? I mean, is there any possibility of the scenario coming to fruition? I'm just a little bit concerned what would happen if this somehow is different, the context is different than in the other properties that you're managing. Not that I want more parking, I'm not saying that, but I'm just curious about the plan for allocation.
May let the petitioner, the site operator speak to that maybe?
Yes.
So that's been a concern.
That I would say that we certainly think that's unlikely, and hope that is not a risk that we face at any point in time. Our general approach is to not assign parking, just because of the challenges that can create, with the exception of accommodation requests for accessibility purposes. But ultimately, if we had a parking constraint that was creating some challenges for our residents where they were unable to park in acceptable parking spaces, we would certainly, at that point in time, look at assigning parking spaces to make sure that our residents are served.
And staff and visitors, I assume too. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. I really thought I had a fourth thing. Oh, okay. I've been thinking about this a lot, and this is just sort of food for thought. So as I was looking at the layout of the building, I was trying to see like where the stairs were and where the elevators were. And I think I noticed there are 2 elevators. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
So I'm just sort of trying to think, a couple of different things come to my mind. We're in the middle of a pandemic. I friends that I know that live in buildings with elevators are a little bit suspicious of their elevators right now for good reason. So I'm curious how the stair situation is set up. Like they look sort of more typical fire stairs and not really like, this is only a 3-story building. Theoretically, like if somebody lived on the 2nd floor and they were, able to, they could just walk up a set of stairs. But if they're not easily seen, then there are probably going to be people queuing up to ride in an elevator if they don't want to have to ride in an elevator with other people. Still in a year or two, like there might just be sort of like a backlog of people trying to get up there. And I don't know, have you thought through any of these sort of like new things that have happened because of COVID and any sort of like mitigation plan for opening up stairways or making them like easier to access?
Yeah, we're hoping that COVID won't last forever. But the residents in these buildings are maybe a little different than what you would think. This is not a retirement community. The residents are in their 80s. Most of the people that are moving in this building, there's a need, there's a reason. Quite frankly, many of them can't drive anymore, and that's why they leave their homes and move into, that's probably a top reason that they come to these types of facilities. Very few of them would walk stairs. So the elevators, they're coming up and down the elevators. So in the past, sometimes we'll put a decorative stair into one of these facilities. Nobody uses it. Maybe the staff will run up and down it a little bit, but the residents wouldn't. And most of our clients think it's more of a hazard to do that. So, that's just the reality of the type of residents that'll be living here is that they're just not as mobile. They are mobile. This is independent, but although the building is designed for them to age in place. So some of these people might come in, 82 and they can't drive, but they're otherwise very mobile. But, within a few years that may change and we don't want them to leave. So that's just the reality of the residents that are here. And that's also why I think you'll find that parking won't be an issue going into the future. And also there is a hope, although we're not planning for it yet, that with rideshare and autonomous vehicles, that the need for parking spaces will actually diminish over time.
That is, yeah, thank you. That's really helpful context both for that question and my previous question. And so then my follow-up question is, do you feel like 2 elevators is enough?
Yes, to answer your question.
Okay. I think that is it for me for now.
Commissioner Abrams.
Although I'm happy to let you go first, Commissioner Mills, if you want to. You don't have to go last.
I do have a list.
You do.
Because I have the super geeky stuff that hasn't been picked up yet. But I'll let you go first and pick off the last couple of items.
Well, no, I mean, I guess I would say I think I'm struggling more with this project than I sense many of my fellow commissioners are, but I'm not quite sure, and I just wanted to maybe communicate a little bit about my struggle, which is to say that like
Commissioner Abrams, I'm having a hard time hearing you a little bit. Could you maybe just step forward a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Is that better? Yeah, okay. I just was saying I'm struggling a little bit with this project, and I think maybe similar to Commissioner Ackerman's sentiments, I'm trying to kind of weigh what I think the risks of the project are with what the potential benefits might be. And I just wanted to say that it's not often that we hear so much community opposition to a project during the public hearing. It's pretty remarkable. And I can't help but notice that, you know, the 2 voices that spoke in favor of the project are from residents who don't live in the neighborhood. There wasn't anybody from the neighborhood who spoke in favor of the project. And so when I hear that, then I feel then that I should think very carefully about what I think the benefit is, not just to the city, but to the people who live in that community. And in addition, I think our responsibility when we're considering rezoning from R1C to a PUD is to consider the public benefit, right? There has to be a kind of public benefit component to the PUD. And when I look at the list of public benefits that the petitioner has presented, they feel minor in a way. So like on the list are things like sidewalk, but the sidewalk is actually an obligation that you would have to put in, unless I misunderstand that, right? As a private development, they would have to put the sidewalk in. So you can stop me if I'm wrong about that, but, or like the open space, which, yes, I mean, on the one hand, I support open space, but the open space is largely a result of the reduced parking, which is largely a result of the constituency for which who you're building for, and is a kind of cost savings measure and doesn't benefit and isn't open to the public, let's say. I mean, it seems, I guess there's kind of early conversations with AAPS with Ann Arbor Public Schools, where that open space could benefit more than just the residents, but it feels currently like it's really for the residents of the site as opposed to a truly public benefit. Another thing on the list is the EV vehicles, but that again feels like many of these things feel like things which are, you know, either already requirements or very soon to actually just be minimum requirements for a development like this in Ann Arbor. Same for the electrification, right? Like I think, and the affordable housing component of it, which I think is obviously the most important aspect of this, potentially the most important benefit, it's very disappointing to me, maybe to pick up on what Commissioner Sove was saying, to find out that it's not 50%, that it's actually 2 units at 50 and 63 at 60% AMI. And then there's the master plan question. So I support what Commissioner Milstein is saying about getting the master plan back on the docket, but in the meantime, it's a big jump to go from R1C to the PUD. So I think those are the struggles that I'm having. Is I'm trying to weigh this, and honestly, I'm still kind of weighing it out. So I'll maybe listen to Commissioner Mills's questions and maybe weigh back in or chime back in if I have further thoughts about it. But I think one thing that would sway me would just be for the petitioner to be more bold in the kind of benefits that they are offering. Oh, one more thought I had is it's clear that the community wants that the residents in that community want a community center. They want a space to meet, and you have this huge site with all of this extra space. And like, maybe that would be something to consider, would be a space that was actually open to the public and not just for the residents of this private development. Thanks.
Commissioner Ackerman, before I have my list, go ahead.
Yeah, no, totally. And I want to hear your stuff, Chair Mills. There's going to be some good detail in there. But I guess to telegraph a little bit, I think there are some outstanding concerns around sustainability elements that I'd love to just get some more information on. And so telegraphing that I'll move to postpone for a little bit. Maybe we could each think through what are those lingering questions we have or additional asks that might prove the public benefit a little bit more solid in the intervening time. So I'll leave it there, and then Chair Mills, I trust you have a lot of good detail for us.
Well, I have some detail, but I'm going to start out by picking up on some of the details and strands that were already brought up, and linked to what Commissioner Ackerman just said. One of my questions was whether the Office of Sustainability and Innovation reviewed this, because I know they have been reviewing some of the rezonings, in particular the places where we need to, you know, there's community benefits associated with this. And so that's a question to staff. Have they, and what was their take?
No, they have not reviewed this proposal.
Okay. And so I think that would answer a lot of my questions, like, as we're, you know, I think based on some of the feedback that we've gotten from, you know, their reviews in the past, the office that, you know, established or, you know, helped spearhead, did spearhead A20 and knows all of the things in it, but also knows that at the same time, you know, I think is pragmatic about what is the right balance. And so I would like their take on this. And so that's where, if Commissioner Ackerman is going to move to postpone, them weighing in specifically, the elements that I'm curious about are, what is their feeling about the electrification? I just kind of picking up on the previous threads, this is actually first a question for the petitioner. How is electricity handled within the units? Or is it within the building? Is it individually metered, or is it all together?
So it would be individually metered for apartments, and then all common areas would be on a house meter. So all parking as well as all the common area spaces, which make up about, I'd have to have Jordan weigh on the exact percentage of floor area, but it's probably around 30 to 35%.
Got it. And I thought that they would maybe have been all together, in which case that is an extremely strong case for having rooftop solar, because you have an ongoing load that you'll be pulling, and so you don't even have to worry so much about net metering and selling power back to the grid, which is, you know, that can add costs right now. If you are only using up the power that you know you can, then that's really cheap solar. And my understanding, but like, this is where the Office of Sustainability will help a little bit more on this, is that's, you know, if everything's aggregated, then it's not all of the units are on the same bill effectively. That's a little bit easier. It's probably possible, but that's where I would rely on their expertise. The other thing that I would chime in, and I don't know that the Office of Sustainability needs to add in on this, but just back to the conversation, now I can't even keep track of which of my fellow commissioners mentioned this earlier about, I think it was Commissioner Sauvé, about whether the electrical panel would be able to support the EV chargers. I understand that like right now up front, getting it so that every single spot can be electrified is probably more than what is feasible. At the same time, because we just underwent this big review and, you know, ordinance change that included EV infrastructure, we, you know, did a lot of investigation with DTE, and it's a lot cheaper to size that now. If you know that you're going to have 10 spots in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, and the city intends to be carbon neutral in 10 years' time, which means any internal combustion engines, we've got to offset. And if you're a taxpayer in the city, you're going to be probably helping to offset those payments. So I would strongly, just again, hedging against what is to come in the future, strongly encourage you to make sure that your electrical service is sized so that you can have more than a spot or two electrified. Those I think are the key sustainability things that were on my list that that I'd want the Office of Sustainability and Innovation to weigh in on. Everyone did cover almost everything else. I also want to pick back up on the 50% versus 60% AMI, and I appreciate Commissioner or Mr. Kowalski saying like it might have been a typo, except there's an entire paragraph in the staff report that suggests that that actually distinguishes I want to get the page for you just so that you know. It's on the most recent staff report. On page 10, it's like one of the first big paragraph bullets. It says like this is for 99 years, 40% of the units designated for affordable housing for 99 years for households at or below 50% of median income. And then in parentheses, it says 60% AMI is specified in the city code. So I don't know if maybe that changed, like, I don't know when that changed. It seems to me that it wasn't just a typo in the supplemental regs, that there was a change somewhere along the line. And I'm with Commissioner Abrams on this, that like going above the minimum 15% requirement, I think is good. That's making me a little unsure about what it is and what are the community-wide benefits. Also, thank you for pointing out the idea of the sidewalk. Like, I thought that it was on the neighboring property as well, because I kind of thought that that's what we discussed. Can we clarify that?
It is. There's a section that was not connected to the east that connects to the public transportation, public transit. That's what it's off-site. It's in the right-of-way, but it's not on our property.
Got it. Okay. So it's not just the sidewalk on your property. It is
To the east to connect to the transit stop, bus stop that's there. And it requires, it's substantial. It's going to require, because of the topo, that it's going to require a retaining wall, and because of some of the things, it's not just a simple sidewalk.
Got it. Mr. Kowalski or Mr. Leonard, can you help us figure out where that's covered in the supplemental regs or in the development agreement? Just because, like, maybe I'm searching, control F-ing the wrong thing. I just want to make sure like that we do have ourselves covered there. And maybe you don't have to do it now. I would just make sure that that's included, because that's important to me. Like that is not just a community-wide benefit. Again, the additional affordable housing that we're getting from this is a community-wide benefit, but that is something that is for the neighbor, like that the neighbors can benefit from as well. So I think I'm glad that we set the record straight.
Yes, we can make sure that that's clarified if this is postponed, so that the length and everything regarding that sidewalk would be covered both in at least in the development agreement, but probably within the supplemental regs as well. We have to see where it's appropriate. And shown on the site plan as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That takes care of that. The other part that I want to just pick on, and I think I mentioned at the last meeting where this one was postponed, I'm always the voice that wants to make sure that our supplemental regulations, because this is a rezoning, match are pretty close to what we see. That there's a site plan coming before us at the same time gives us a lot more comfortability with that. But I also want to make sure that it's pretty darn close to the in terms of the setbacks. The setbacks, the height, what is shown in our renderings, what's shown on the site plan, so what we're being asked to approve is a height of 42.7 feet, and it's 45 is allowed. So like in my mind, that's very reasonable. All of the setbacks too are within a couple feet. So I think that's really close to, even if the site plan that we're seeing today doesn't get built, that the PUD designation, just to remind everybody, stays with that land. And so the supplemental regs will stay with the land, and a new site plan would have to come in if the site plan expires and meet that. The things that are being talked about as potential benefits that I was just not sure how they come out here is, I see that there's a mention of additional open space, but I don't see any quantification of that in the supplemental regs. Can you help me understand what I'm missing or explain why?
If that, hold on, the supplemental regs, wait, hold on, that can certainly be a number that is specified within those supplemental regs that would go forward with the zoning. It is shown on the site plan. If that's not clarified within the supplemental regs, that is something we can put an exact area within those regulations that, again, this project or anyone in the future would have to adhere to. So if that's not clear, it will be clear.
Okay, I was going to say, and maybe you can just help me understand, because there's a couple of things to this effect. Like in the supplemental regulations where it says like what the principal uses are, it talks about affordable. The preamble, section 3 talks about, it's desirable to have independent senior living facility. So it's there, but it's not like, once you get to section 4, which in my mind is like the nuts and bolts, there's no mention of senior at all. It just talks about affordable housing, and it just talks about multifamily residential, which, given our discussion about traffic, in my mind, right, it's quite different. So I just want but is section 3, where we say the reason that we're approving this is because we need independent senior living, does that, how would that factor in? If again, worst case scenario, the site plan that we are seeing, this all gets approved eventually, and the site plan that we are seeing doesn't get built, how can we be sure that another project would not just be affordable and multifamily, but would also have the senior component?
Well, picked in with, they would have to adhere to those. We could actually repeat that. You're right, in another section of the code. We generally felt with the other projects, we kind of lay out those public benefits to go forward with that. Any project would have to adhere to those public benefits, one of which would be affordable senior housing. So otherwise, however, that can be reiterated. I want to clarify how we could clarify that.
To be clear, the supplemental regulations would require, if these were enacted in their current form, anything that gets built there, 40% of the units right now would have to be 50% AMI, or if that gets modified to 60% AMI. So whether this proposal gets built there or something entirely different, this would be establishing the zoning requirements for, and so whatever happens would have to meet that 40% affordability requirement.
It's the senior component that I don't see. That's my question.
And so, and so that's if you would like, if the Planning Commission thinks that the senior component is critical, then I think that should definitely be added there.
Yeah.
And I think for me, it is critical in part because I feel like this is the basis on which, the traffic study is based. I think that our discussion would be different, right? Like what we were talking about before about the peaks, There aren't.
You'd like to see it be specifically affordable senior housing.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think that's the intention in here. And like I said, it's in section 3. It's just not in section 4, which in my mind is the much more.
And you're absolutely right. If without it in section 4, it would not govern.
Okay, great. So to that extent, if one of the benefits of this is the open space, then I think that should also be in there. And again, the idea of providing some rounding, so it's not to the exact decimal percentage is okay. If what we're seeing on these plans is 61.7 or something, like if it's 60 or 61, like that's okay. But I think that should be in there. I also want to make sure that the interpretation for parking, the 1 vehicle space per unit, is seen as neither minimum nor maximum. This is in the supplemental regs G. Is that being interpreted as there shall be exactly as many parking spaces as there are units?
That is how it's written.
Okay. And just to be clear for our perspective and for the petitioners, if they really don't think they even need that many, are they still able to defer?
I would say yes, because you're not specifically modifying that provision. Unless you're specifically modifying a provision of the code, then all other sections of the UDC would apply. And so they would have the same deferment rights for their calculated amount of parking as any site would.
Got it. I also, in that same section where it's talking about parking shall include underground conduit for future installation for EV electric vehicles, I'm assuming, as it's written, I read that as all of the parking, that this is going to every space. Is that how it was drafted, and that's what the intention is?
No, I don't think that was the intention to every space. Not to have every space ready. No, it was for the ones that they were being provided. So we can make that clarification.
Well, I don't have, okay, so when you say the ones that were being provided?
What's the minimum number they were suggesting? A couple. EV charging stations. Your question is whether that would be for every parking space. That was not the intent. So to have it ready for every single parking space within there. I'd have to clarify the number.
Is the Planning Commission's intention to have this comply with the proposed EV ordinance that's under consideration, or are you looking for something beyond that?
At minimum, I feel like it needs to comply. I recognize that, like, typically there's some time between these two things, but for a PUD, I feel like that in my vote, I will signal that my vote is that it should be the things that we've just passed that have been in the works for a while seems to be reasonable.
Yeah, so I'd suggest we just replicate those specific percentages for this type of land use as in the draft ordinance. And in the event that that ordinance is enacted prior to this, then I would suggest we just strike it.
Okay. And I would also suggest that on this, if I can't exactly remember what our multiplier is for, honestly, the current EV ordinance, or the EV ordinance that is in the limbo. We voted on it, but council hasn't, right? I can't remember what the multiplier is, but if the petitioner wants to exceed that, that is again a rationale for public benefit, going to what Commissioner Abrams said, right? Additional electrification is a rationale for providing public benefit. And so I think all of those things are those things that the PUD is set up to allow us to accommodate. The other thing that's related to that is the lighting is in the staff report, but I didn't see it in the development agreement or in the supplemental regs. Well, I guess in the development or in the supplemental regs, it's in section 3 again. It's in the interest of the city to have dark sky compliant light fixtures, but it's then not again further down in section 4. So, and in my mind, it's not just the compliant fixtures, like the ordinance is about more than that. It's also about lighting levels in parking lots after hours. And all of that would go towards that. And so I would just mirror the compliance of that, regardless of which goes first.
Spell that out specifically within that section 4.
I think so. I mean, if that's the intention, and maybe it's moot if the lighting ordinance is approved before this goes, because this effectively says and everything else that's in code, right? But if it doesn't, or if there's some element of, I don't know, like how much of that's in the development pipeline, right? So those are just, again, the details those are the ones that I picked up on.
Just for reference, I just pulled up the draft ordinance. This would be multiple family. It would require 10% of the spaces to have installed chargers. It would require 25% of the spaces to have power ready for a charger to plug in. And it would require 65% of the spaces to have conduit.
Like I said, the idea of when you're sizing the electrical equipment, not just a couple, that's the base minimum that would be required of every new development in the city. Once, that's what our body approved. And so I think that's important to keep in mind. The only other thing on my list that I just thought I would address is this idea of parks in that vicinity. I also was not privy to the conversations or promises that were made in the past regarding open space associated with, the landfill. I can say that part of our COVID activity has been visiting every single park in the city of Ann Arbor, and Ellsworth Park is nearby. As its name suggests, right on Ellsworth, and Southeast Area Park, according to the Parks and Recreation Open Space Plan, the PROS plan, so the Parks Commission puts that one together, is considered a community-wide asset, and it's lovely. That's one of our family's favorites. And that intersection also has the dog park across the street, and kitty corner from that is a county park, or maybe it's Pittsfield Township Park. We did not venture out of the city of Ann Arbor's boundaries in our park wandering. To the idea of a community center, I heard that. I want to acknowledge that I heard that. A lot of the considerations that are given, again, what the city takes on is driven not by the master plan, in terms of its parks, is not driven by the master plan so much as this Parks and Recreation plan and maintenance of all of these facilities, and the upkeep of those facilities is something that is a continual consideration. I'm not sure, how, what is the density of parks there compared to others. There's a goal for having a park within a quarter mile. I didn't pull out the ruler to see if Ellsworth is within a quarter mile, but I would just say that I think, looking at the map and my cycling around, it doesn't seem completely like this area is left out in terms of parks, but and I don't see any parks specifically called for in the PROS plan, but just to let folks know kind of how that is organized, and what our relationship is to that the PROS plan is something that we that when it's adopted every 3 or 4 or 5 years, comes before City Planning Commission, but that's an element of the city's large tome of planning documents. So that's what I have. I know Commissioner Ackerman suggested that he was going to make a motion, but also suggested that if there are other commissioners that had lingering questions that might be addressed in the interim, that would be helpful to talk about now. Commissioner Ackerman sounded like he had something, and then Commissioner Gibrandel.
Yeah, not a motion yet, because definitely want to get ideas on the table. But just some ideas that I wanted to put forward as we think through these. I think there's interest in the community and the school district to have some kind of community-wide amenity available to the surrounding neighborhoods, of which there are a few. And the north part of the open space, I think, presents some opportunities, some of which the developer is pursuing actively with the public schools. But I think it would be interesting to see some type of easement language or some kind of a right to first refusal offered to the school district or the city, codified in some way, just to show a commitment to that vision. I think would be really beneficial. The other one is solar, which has come up many times and I think is achievable. Electrification, I'd like to see a more serious and thoughtful reaction to. I think Mr. Garber from the audience articulated well. You know, if you can meaningfully present a case for why it doesn't work financially to electrify, so be it. But I think we deserve to see that, since that's the direction we're trying to take our community. And then the 50-60% AMI difference, you know, that's a savings of thousands of dollars for low-income seniors, if true. So any movement there or consideration there. So those are the four I wanted to touch on, but want to hear colleagues as well.
Commissioner Gibrandel.
I think this is more for us than it is for the developer, but I just would like to put out there, as somebody who designs these things too, there is only so much budget. And in some ways, we also have to understand as a body that we can't ask for everything. If this is a huge affordability thing, this may be the thing that they are able to do. And they may be able to do some green things too, but it's pretty hard to pull off both those in a seriously robust way, especially given how long it takes to get through our process, and we are exemplifying that tonight. I hate to say that, but so this is kind of for us, I think. The developer, I think you know, they're gonna need to go back, and I mean, this is clearly the energy of the group. I'm not gonna stop that, but I think we also need to have a little reality check with ourselves about what's possible for people, given there are real parameters out there, people, in terms of what people can afford to do here in terms of building. And we can't have everything all the time. And so in some ways, we may have to prioritize what we think is the most important thing for this development. And I don't understand all the costs of all those different things that we just asked for, but I think we also need to just look at our own mindset too around that. And maybe it means that when they are coming back with these things, that they have some idea of what these costs are. And we kind of say, okay, well, the things that we really care about are the electric cars or the solar or the electrification or whatever. So we just have a sense of what it is that is doable. They have to be able, they're not gonna, this can't work if the math doesn't work. And I've worked on projects before where that's happened, where it's like every green thing out there and then nobody finances, there isn't enough money to do it. And so we also just need to, I think we also just need to have a sense of the choices that we have to make as a commission around what the benefits are, and that there's just, and the developer deserves to be able to make some money on this too. Like, it doesn't have to be crazy, you know, profits, but frankly, it's pretty hard to do that in Ann Arbor right now, given how long it takes to get through the system and how expensive it is to get through our review process. So I just want to put that out to our own group about what, just our perspective, I guess, on things, and that perhaps when the petitioner comes back, that if they could have, you know, some sense of kind of what the really big asks are, what the smaller asks are, so that we can just have a sense, at least relatively speaking, of what things like, you know, we may be asking for 6 different huge sustainability items, and we say, well, these 2 are the most important to us. And you know, so that there can be some prioritization on our side in terms of what's possible. So I was prepared to pass this tonight. I think the will of the group is otherwise, so I'm not gonna get in and stand in the way of that. But I also want us, just as a body, to kind of have that perspective as well. I think that also, I feel a little bad for the developer, because the last time they went through this, we were not having these discussions about sustainability stuff. I think they thought they kind of knew where we were headed, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, we're taking this other turn too. So, you know, it is a super important thing. I'm an environmental commissioner. I greatly believe in these things, but we also need to figure out what our own priorities are, and there's just only so much that people can do too. So I just want to kind of put that out there as for our own group, and also on the public record about what citizens can expect as well with these. I think with a PUD, I think there is a high bar, I agree, but I also think we need to just understand that there are choices that have to be made too about what our own, what, you know, the important things are. We can't necessarily have everything that we wanted. And we want, of course, we all want that, right? But that's not the real world either. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Commissioner Milstein.
I couldn't have said it better, Commissioner Gabrandel, so I'm going to keep it really short. We do have to be mindful. You know, every time the petitioner comes before us with their group of engineers, consultants, and such, all those people are most likely charging hourly. And then the more work that we give them, the more the hours add up, and that is why Ann Arbor has the reputation that it does. And so I'm ready to vote on this, and although Commissioner Gabrandel won't interfere with this, I will be voting against postponing it for those added expenses. We've asked a lot, and I believe that this project, what's come before us this evening, is bringing a lot to our city. There's a lot of benefit here. So I understand that some want more, but I also am mindful of the reputation and the costs, and I believe what they're bringing to the table at this point is enough to take them to the next step, and the items that are open are things that staff can resolve between now and City Council.
Commissioner Abrams.
I maybe just wanted to clarify what I was saying before. So it's not that I have a kind of laundry list of things that I am, that I need the petitioner to meet all of these different things in order for me to support the project. I think what I'm looking for is a deeper understanding of the public benefit to the city, which I think that aspect may be more clear at the moment, because we could think about that as affordable housing, although I wish that more of it was more affordable. But that maybe that's just my wish. But I also would like to see a scale of public benefit for the community within which this project will exist. And so what I'm looking for is evidence that there was a dialogue between the petitioner and the community, where the community was able to kind of get some benefit that they're seeking from the project. And it feels to me at this moment that isn't how they feel. And so, you know, I'm open to ideas from the petitioner about what that could be. You know, what are the things you've discussed with the neighbors? What are the things they asked for at the community meetings? What did you offer in return? But like, I think there needs to be a benefit. You know, the benefit kind of has scales. So like, I think the sidewalk, we could say, is one. For me, it's not quite enough at the moment. So, but I hear what Commissioner Gabrandel and Commissioner Milstein are saying. I don't disagree. My goal is not to, I don't want us to kind of establish a bar that's so high that nobody can jump it. I just want to, yeah, I think for me, I want to have a clear understanding of what that benefit is, and how the immediate neighborhood will feel that they are getting some benefit. Because I think like electrification is not, I believe very strongly in that, but that's like a different scale of benefit.
I just want to add in here too, that mine was not, this is the laundry list. This is like better articulating the benefits. I feel like there are paths and options. And my pointing out that particular line about the staff report saying one thing about the level of affordability versus what was discussed, like that there's a discrepancy there, suggests to me that like there's a misunderstanding on what the level of affordability is, or at least like the depth of that benefit. that was the point there. I also would take into account, like, I mean, this is the one that, right? Like, I've been talking about this a lot. Like, what are all of the things that we do that add expenses? But I think one of the things that we have to grapple with is if we do have ordinances that we're passing that are required of everybody, like that are on the sustainability end, like, how do we deal with that? Like, better understanding what this means, like, because we have dual goals in the city, I think, that are often in competition. And I came to this conversation tonight thinking like the benefits here are affordability. And I read it as the 50%. And so that's where I thought, like, this is not the affordability that I thought in it. And that's why I'm actually asking for more clarification. I share this idea, but I think also, like, recognizing how far on some of the sustainability things this may be from some of the things that we've just required citywide. If it's too expensive here, right, in a project where there is a significant increase over the underlying kind of development potential, I wonder what this means citywide, quite frankly. And in terms of, to Commissioner Abrams' point just recently about what is the benefit to the community, I mean, I think, or to the immediate vicinity, I think the sidewalk in my mind is, and the fact that how much of a setback there is to the neighbors. There's a significant pushback on the east side and on the north side. And I think that is actually a good benefit to the neighbors. It's actually more the like level of benefit on the affordability part that I'm not, I feel like there's a discrepancy. Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
So I'm actually not sure I'm convinced that the sidewalk is a benefit to the neighbors, because the sidewalk they're filling it in so that the people that will be living at the senior housing will be able to access transit. I think it would benefit the neighbors if the sidewalk gap on that property to the west was filled. I'm sort of along sort of where Commissioner Abrams, I think, is right now, in terms of wishing there was like a little more benefit that the adjacent community was seeing. And I'm not positive what that could be, or if there are like even any possibilities, but I feel like if we could just if there's just like something, I mean, we heard some very strong public comment. We got some very strong emails, to her question of what were the conversations that happened in the community meetings and what were some of the concerns that they brought up, and maybe what the petitioner did to address them. I would also be interested in hearing that as well. I don't want to postpone this either for the reasons that Commissioner Gibrandel and Commissioner Milstein gave, and I was also prepared to vote on this. I think I think 65 units of affordable housing when only 15% would be required is huge. But just hearing the residents' concerns, like I still just have, there's something that it's still like not sitting right with me.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Just go kind of briefly, going through a lot of the neighborhood concerns, there were noise and lighting concerns, traffic concerns, like to go through what the concerns were versus if they are concerns. We've got traffic reports, we've got dark sky lighting. I don't see how senior living facility is a noise issue. So in terms of what concerns are actually like raised by the community versus the way that the site is manipulated in open space and trying to resolve, and like the over-engineered stormwater and things like that, I don't have too many reservations about the items raised to how it was addressed in the vicinity. I think affordable housing is very important right now. I think that's like my leaning of what I'm looking at. And that's why like my pushback is more just, hey, let's prep for some more conduit, some more EV stations, but at the same time, we know these parking spots aren't full. So asking for a full-fledged, that's not a priority on this project for me. But little tweaks like, yeah, going to electric stoves. We're not a bunch of chefs in this space. That's a good kind of shift towards reducing gas load in the overall building, especially when you look at 150 units with gas load. So that's where I'm at, is I think those are small details and cleaning up. But in the overall scheme of this many units and many of them affordable, it's a twofold. We're getting a lot of units for a growing older population, and many of them are affordable. And I think that's a double win. Even the non-affordable ones are an add to our housing stock. And I think that's important.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Sorry, I did forget one thing that may actually push me over the edge. So when we were talking back at the very beginning of this conversation about the drainage and the potential flooding, I mean, you're flattening, the site is getting kind of flattened, right? So like everything currently is sort of draining, and now those will be alleviated. That I could actually see as a very direct benefit to adjacent properties. Does anybody else think that I'm characterizing that correctly or incorrectly? I see the architect raising his hand. Yeah.
May I speak?
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of the major concerns, I mean, we had two meetings with the neighbors, and quite frankly, let's be honest, there are people that don't want anything built on that site. And that's not the case often. We did listen to them. We did change what we thought we could change. But one of the big things was the drainage. And there's no question that this site right now is a big hump in the middle with everything flowing off of it. And the land, it's true that there is good sandy soil, and that a lot of the problems that the neighbors are experiencing are probably not caused in great by this site. But the fact is, the neighbors can be assured that it won't be an issue moving into the future. As far as postponing for the issues that you were talking about in terms of sustainability, you know, we look at that with our client for every project we design, and it always comes down to a cost benefit issue. Unfortunately, this project being affordable means that we can't just arbitrarily tack on extra costs. If you're buying an electric vehicle, you may be willing to, those are subsidized, remember, by the federal government. But even so, a person might be paying more for that electric vehicle right now versus a gas one, and hope to make it up in consumption. Unfortunately, it is true that if we went to all electric units, the initial cost would be lower, but the utility cost would be significantly higher and pass along directly to the residents who couldn't afford it, quite frankly, and it could be a deal killer for the affordable units, because the utilities are passed along to the tenant or the resident. So as far as the suggestion of going to electric appliances, maybe my client is going to like what I'm going to say next, but I think that's an excellent suggestion. I don't think that's a deal killer in this project, in my opinion, and I design a lot of these, and that's something that I think that we could do and commit to. I think, unless my client tells me no, with that suggestion to go to electric appliances versus gas. Obviously, the one problem I have is that the real engineering of this project is coming next after approval. It's a significant expense to the owner, hundreds of thousands of dollars to engineer this building. And without site plan approval, I doubt he's going to authorize us to do it. We can do initial studies. I can tell you right now, my engineer can do a study to show that it's cost more for electric heat than it does for gas. So you can wait a week and get in writing, but that's what it's going to say. I think that in terms of suggestions that I heard tonight that we can do, solar energy, I wish, I have a small house in Colorado, and it works in Colorado. We have 320 sunny days a year out here. In Ann Arbor, it can make a difference, and maybe it's getting better. But in terms of enough solar panels to cool this building, handle the electrical load, I'm dubious of that. And again, it would be an added expense. So the community benefits, I think, are clear, have been expressed here. It's clearly, and I understand that affordable housing is a benefit to the overall community and not necessarily, and I think that that's what they meant by community benefits when they talked about the PUD process. And again, if I'm wrong there, feel free to correct me. Okay, I'll stop talking.
Yeah, I mean, when we went to the meeting, and Jordan, Jordan, Mark, and I were all at the meeting. We had two public meetings. One was at the end. My numbers should be close. I'm not working from the notes, but they've all been provided to the city. But we had, I think, 10 people at the first meeting. We met at the Bryan Community Center. We had maybe 14 at the second meeting. I think 2 of those were city council folks, city council members. We had a couple of people who just didn't want anything. But the main issues were flooding is a huge issue in that community. There's a lot of issues they've dealt with. Even Bryan has a little water, they have their water relief areas in front around the community center. That was a big issue. Another main issue was making sure that there's some connectivity to the school is a huge part of that community, the elementary school. So they wanted us to reach out and make sure, and the city asked us to do that also. I wish we had more along those lines right now, but they're close to being acquired. They had a few glitches in that, and they can't make commitments until they get to a certain point. But we've had the meetings. We had one sit down, one phone call, and there are open conversations that I have personally had with folks at the Ann Arbor schools. That was an issue, making sure that and that benefits us having programming with our residents, and then the elementary. I think there's a benefit to having those, and they agreed. So I didn't, and as far as the other, so outside of some of the things that were asked, well, we need a community center there, which was a little bit more difficult. Open space, we're definitely open to that space to the north. We've always been open to use that. However, whether that was play fields, that didn't work so well because we need the trees, but we're always open to that. If there's one of the commissioners that mentioned some kind of, ability to put that out there, we would definitely do a use. We're open to a use area, and I offered that to Ann Arbor schools. They just weren't in that mindset. They have a process also.
Yeah. Part of the problem that we've had with the school is they've had bigger issues on their minds.
Correct.
So if tabling it for a couple of weeks for us to nail down an agreement with the school is your desire, that's going to be difficult to do.
Yeah, you're not going to get that. They have to acquire. Hopefully they're in the process of closing on that through their due diligence, but they have to go through an entire board. You just have to trust us that it's conceptual. We wouldn't, it's not give me a word. That's when we talk, when Emil and I speak and about that and so forth, but there's a process there. So, and it's in our best interest is something to work with the community they're a good neighbor. And the other thing that came up at those meetings were moving things. We moved. The interesting thing is that the community people that asked for us to move things, then they disappeared. They left and they were fine. They said, listen, there were people that said, you move this over to the west away from my co-op condo here, and you move it to away from my residence, and we're good. And we never, those people didn't attend again. So there's that piece too. It's a little bit challenging because we sent out over 1,000 notices and we didn't get a huge response. And then it's not that you ignore the people that come out, but you take as much as you possibly can. But if you think about the economics, what we're talking about tonight, 65 affordable units, you look at that rent schedule, you're looking at those 65 units or $1,000 to $2,000 a month difference in what we're doing. You start looking at those numbers, and that's what you have to fill that. I mean, that's hard to do when you start adding all these extra costs and having the benefit of affordability without having rental assistance on a project like this.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt, did you get what you needed from?
Yes, and so I just want to say one more thing, sort of like to us, that was very helpful. I think that was very helpful. I mean, sort of talking about the topic of potentially postponing, and I'm Commissioner Mills, as you had said, I think the last time you spoke, like now I'm getting a little concerned about all the things that we're asking people to do and the costs that are associated with them. And I think it's really important for us to maybe try to understand that a little bit better. But I don't think that doing that to this project in particular is fair to the petitioner. Maybe if they can give us the electric stoves and they can give us a couple things. I mean, 65 units is a lot.
In talking to the Housing Commission, it's more than from a new housing standpoint, new units. It just has been. They've not been, and that support is there. I mean, it was there at the city council. We didn't bring that support here but it's there.
It's really easy on Zoom to just jump in. What we've been talking about is trying to, we'll let you know when to have the petitioners jump in. So thanks.
I apologize.
No problem. This is the format. We're getting used to it ourselves and trying to, figure it out. Commissioner Hammerschmidt, is there anything else you wanted to add?
Nope, I'm good, thank you.
Commissioner Gibrandl.
Just one other thing that I think that could be we may not be able to get away with solar. I understand that in terms of the balancing act that we're striking, but one thing that perhaps could happen in support of that is thinking about kind of structural support and wiring to be able to allow it to happen in the future. And so maybe the panels can't happen now, but you're not prohibiting it from happening 10 years from now or 5 years from now or something like that. So that, the conduit is there and there's just things in place that would allow it to be able to move forward should the opportunity arise, because it is something that we really need to be. This is a goal of our community. It's also a goal of our community to have affordable housing. So, but I feel like that might be something that again, allows us to be able to have the potential for in the hopefully near future, wouldn't that be great? Because, it does help your bottom line to a certain extent too, in terms of paying your utility costs and Mr. London, I just put it on my house and it's working, so it's not totally pointless in this climate. I know it's better in Colorado for sure, but it's working. And so I think that for me, I know it's a big ask to have all of these other, again, important, but perhaps not the first priority items on there, but things that still allow for some of those potentials to develop in the future, so we don't preclude things at this moment for that. So that's where I'm sitting right now, is that for me, it's the affordable housing is the big important piece. The other thing that I feel like is a little bit unfair is if it were a staff error to put the 50% instead of 60%, that we're really hammering them for something that could have been a staff error. And that doesn't seem quite right either. If it was something on our part, then it's ugh, that doesn't, I know that, that's hard, but it's that doesn't seem quite right either to me. So, so for me, the affordability price or the affordability piece is the primary piece. I would love to see some things that allow for these potentials to come to fruition, hopefully in the near future. But I'm also just mindful of just getting through this process and understanding what they can do to be able to make this project happen, which I think is sorely, sorely needed. And I do think it's a community benefit for everybody. And I also feel like, we don't expect people to put community centers in all of our neighborhoods around town. I mean, that would be fabulous, but it's there's a few of them scattered around, but that is not something that we just kind of have as an expectation for what neighborhoods are in our community. So I think that's also kind of a big ask. I get it that that would be really wonderful if every neighborhood had that, but my neighborhood doesn't, so And the parks are nearby. I helped redesign Arbor Oaks, you know, that's just down the hill. It's right on the other side of the school. And frankly, people tend to use the school property as you know, open space too in reality. So for me, it's a matter of some small things getting clarified. That's where I am with it. And I do think like the nitpicky stuff that, you know, we always count on Commissioner Mills to bring up about sort of all of the little details and make sure that things are consistent. But I feel like those are all things that are probably doable between now and next meeting. And so I guess I said, I'll go with the will of the group, but part of me is kind of feeling like, you know what, maybe we should just move this thing forward. Because I feel, and I know that like people are swirling in a lot of thoughts right now. And so I respect the fact that you know, that's a process that we all kind of have to go through and to be able to digest. But Commissioner Abrams, to your point, I think that I think part of your experience with this seeming really negative from the community is the fact that you haven't been on Planning Commission for very long, because we have sat through 2 hours of this for single projects where 60 people speak. And so this felt it like, for sure, we got some negative communication, but this is like a drop in the bucket compared to what we have had in the past for certain projects. So it doesn't feel like a, oh my God, whoa, we need to rethink this whole thing in terms of the community feedback. I understand people are upset about, you know, change around them, but boy, I feel like the benefit of this is so important for us now and in the future. So I guess that's where I am right now.
Commissioner Abrams.
So thank you all. This has been like a great conversation. I think you're changing my mind, so that's exciting. I want to say, I mean, I don't want to downplay the importance of the affordable units. I think that that's huge. I think there are a couple small things, and I also am not necessarily pushing for postponement. I was more hoping to kind of gain better understanding about what the kind of benefits would be to the community. So I want to clarify the sidewalk question, because that does seem to be one of the kind of benefits on the table. And at one point early in the conversation, there was a back and forth between Commissioner Hammerschmidt and Mr. Kowalski about the possibility that the sidewalk would not get built. And that sidewalk that you were discussing is the sidewalk to the west. So the sidewalk that the petitioner is going to connect is just a tiny portion on the east side. That's correct, right? Not to the west. Okay. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that, because I got turned around there looking at the map. Okay. I see Commissioner Gibranda looking and okay. Got it. Okay. So, and then I guess Commissioner Ackerman or Councilman Ackerman offered some possible mechanisms to reinforce this partnership with AAPS on the north side. A kind of, did you offer like or you suggested maybe a right of first refusal, or an easement? Or an easement. So I'm looking for that to be reinforced somehow here, and so I would look to staff for some guidance about, or reassurance that that could be something that could be reinforced between now and the next approval when it goes up for City Council, if it passes tonight. And yeah, like what would the mechanism be for that?
I guess to clarify, I'm sorry, were you asking us to?
No, I'm just kind of, I guess, yeah, like, do you know what that mechanism could be? Or if you don't feel that you could speak to it right now, do you feel confident that that's something which could be put into place between now and when this would go in front of City Council if we were to pass it tonight?
Well, regarding any easements and things, I mean, the right of first refusal, I can't speak to that, but I can regarding easements. I mean, ultimately it's the petitioner's, willingness, and we don't know exactly what kind of easement. I mean, they've indicated that they've been, willing to allow some community use and things like that northern open space. I mean, whether or not, there can be some limited pedestrian easements or conservation easements even, or something of that nature, kind of that protect that area, or even perhaps a path. I mean, that was considered, I know, with the amount of natural features in that area and some slopes, a path gets a little bit challenging. But there are certainly ways that they could protect that area in perpetuity. But I mean, is allowing, again, the speaking of what exactly would be in that easement, I don't know. I mean, it's like what would be allowed, what wouldn't be allowed in public access ultimately between the owner. And again, I mean, working with the school system, that would be great. But as I said, it's kind of, we can't make any commitments for that. While the school's indicated they're willing to work, they have not made any concrete decisions on this. So we could certainly work to ensure some kind of easements, whether it's pedestrian access easement, maybe a conservation easement over that area, which again, by its nature though, it will be preserved. I mean, you can't just go in and remove any of those landmark trees without site plan. So, but there may be mechanisms like that that allow that area to be preserved, again, like a double protection, whether there's an allow for some public access in limited areas. But what that would be exactly, I don't know. And how far that could go. I mean, again, reaching all the way to Ellsworth, I think that we may have investigated that, or it may have been brought up, like as far as like a path going out to Ellsworth, but that, again, unfortunately involved with slopes and trees and things. So that also gets a little tricky in that area as well. I hope that kind of answers your question.
Yeah, no, it helps me understand the complexity of the request. So thank you. And then like regarding electric appliances, like that isn't something we typically regulate or that's a scale at which we don't normally work. So I think that's just like a request on the record that into the ether, but that's not something that we can actually put in writing anywhere. Is that correct?
No, we may be able to build something of that into the supplemental regulations. I mean,
it would be unusual though, wouldn't it?
It would, but
yeah, okay. Okay, that's it. I guess, I'm not, I think if people are ready to vote, we could move forward. I would support moving forward with a vote if that was the overall sentiment.
Commissioner Gabriel.
One other super quick thing. Thank you for bringing up the whole sidewalk thing to the west, Commissioner Abrams, because and the east. So the east, there's a little nub. It's kind of tricky because of the grades, but if you go west, it's actually going to be really tricky because until this whole site is developed, it falls off really fast. And so they could build this whole thing and then the whole thing gets ripped up once they put in their site. So it's not a kind of like just a flat site where they could build it right across. It drops off like behind, like before the right-of-way line is. It's like it drops off in the wrong place. If it dropped off after their property line, then it'd be a lot easier, but it doesn't. So there's not a sort of low-hanging fruit, so to speak, easy sidewalk to connect to the shopping center to the west, I guess. I just wanted to put that out there. So sorry to keep prolonging this.
Any other comments, Commissioner Ackerman?
I won't put us through a vote. It seems like it's the will of the body to vote on this tonight. I will ultimately be supporting this. I think it is a net positive for the community, the local neighborhood, in terms of the offset of stormwater. We're going to see huge retention and detention of stormwater that currently right now just sheets across the site into other properties across the boundary. The engineering that's presented to us takes a large step forward in keeping that water on site, that the drops of rain that hit the site will be kept there as opposed to moving to adjacent properties. I'm comforted too by the continuation of the berm on the east side and the fact that the stormwater will flow downward towards the retention detention that the developer is providing. I'm comforted by the fact that the level of traffic disruption during rush hour, the only time at which there's disruption to traffic patterns is less than a second of impact to neighbors. That gives me a lot of comfort. And then finally is the benefit of the affordable housing. This type of housing is needed. My family's experienced it firsthand. And we see through demographic statistics that this is going to be so critically needed for our community over the next 2 decades. We hear it as a shortage now, and that pain is only going to grow. And those are real. Those are 65 real grandmas and grandpas, real members of our community who have lived here, who have worked here, who have spent their lives paying taxes here, who now may have the opportunity to stay here well into their 80s and 90s. And I think that's of critical importance to all of us. So I look forward to the debate at the City Council table if this moves forward tonight. I think there's more opportunity for the community to voice their input. So please stay engaged and involved.
I'll just add that I am ready to vote as well. I do think it would be helpful. I think that these ideas about sustainability are going to come back. And so I think having some input, particularly for the keepers of the A20, and in part because, it's Energy Commission that kind of was spearheading the EV requirements that came before us, right? And so I think that this is not the first nor the last time we're going to see, how do we trade these things off? I think that, what Commissioner Sauvé said and the case that was made about how many EVs are there going to be in a parking lot that is mostly empty? And, at the same time, I wish some of this conversation would have come up when we had the EV ordinance discussion too, because it's not just the site. And so I think, it's going to be too late for Commissioner proposed business, but I think that having some input from the Office of Sustainability when this moves to council will be helpful. I do think that it provides a lot of benefits. I hope that my little nitpicking specifically to make sure that it's in the development regs that it's senior affordable housing. I think clarifying what that level of affordability is, 40% is a lot. I wish it were 50, but I understand the economics of making it 60, particularly that we are asking for some additional sustainability things. And so again, that's maybe my internal trade-off. And so I think, I'm ready to vote for this. I think that there are benefits to the immediate communities, as Commissioner Ackerman said, but also this is in many elements of our master plan. This is what we have been asking for. Any other comments? Okay, we need a roll call vote then, Mr. Leonard.
Can I just clarify that? So the motion is to recommend approval with amendments to the supplemental regulations that specify senior affordable housing and correct the staff error, which changed that to 50% AMI to 60% AMI. And in addition, investigate a variety of sustainability aspects for, at a minimum, inclusion or at least information services benefits as this progresses to City Council.
The only addition, I think that including the open space, specifying the open space in the
minimum percentage of open space.
Why the minimum? I have that in my notes as well. The minimum percentage, so that remains going forward.
I think that that's important. Yeah.
And I do want to clarify. I apologize. The 50% wasn't our error. We had a typo in the staff report. In our reviewing it and ensuring the supplemental regulations were consistent with the staff report, we adjusted this to supplemental regulations to reflect that typo. That was our mistake. My apologies.
Got it.
That's a mistake. I apologize for that. I understand it's instituted a bit of a confusion. So, but thank you for double checking.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
But we do have those 2 units at 50% AMI.
And so articulating that.
Yes.
2 units at 50, the balance of the 40% at 60% AMI. Senior.
Can we say the number of, because 40% of 154, I hate to belabor this, but 40% of 154 is only 61.6.
And so it currently says 65 units. Yeah.
So I kind of want to get rid of that 40%. And just if we're going with 65 units, go 65 units.
Well, to that, I just want to be clear though, that if for some reason this project doesn't go forward and a 65 unit development replaces it, all of those units will then have to be affordable.
Okay.
Just want to
No.
make sure that's the intention.
Well, then can we get as long as the percentage, I don't know
The
what,
minimum percentage is a minimum. So to be clear, if it's 40%
Right.
and then they hit that at 62, that would be the minimum required. They can always go above it, but if we set it at 65, whatever happens, it's going to have to meet that.
well, then can we say like 42%? Because at least that would be, or is that, can we not do round numbers? Because at least then that would be 64.6 and they'd have to round it up to 65.
It's always going to round up to a whole unit. So yes, you could do 42% if desired.
Commissioner Milstein.
I would rather be clear on this and just say 65 units, because let's tie it all together, because this is what we're seeing today. So let's be very specific about it. Instead of percentages, say that we want exactly 65 units.
I tend to agree rather than to scale it. I mean, I think that there's a lot of things in our supplemental regs that really tie it to what we see, which gives us all comfort, I think, and can give the community comfort too.
So 65 units at 60% or below, 2 of which must be a minimum of 50%. That's what I'm hearing.
You ready to call a roll call, Mr. Leonard? Finding the paper.
I am. I just confirm Commissioner Sauvé and Commissioner Milstein, you find all those amendments friendly?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Sauvé,
Yes.
Commissioner Abrams,
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt,
Yes.
Commissioner Mills,
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ackerman.
We didn't hear you, Commissioner Ackerman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, very good. Thank you very much for your patience with the technical difficulties, for hearing all of our conversation. Sometimes we got to talk it out. So,
Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
all right. I need to find a charger for my other computer, and I'm guessing that some people might need to stretch their legs or run to the restroom. So can we take, given the hour, can we take like 5 minutes max? Okay, so we'll be back here at 11:43. No, 10:43. It's not 11 yet. I was already rounding. 10:43.
I thought we were done.
10A, which is the annexation of 1290 Duvarin Road, Gretchen's House, for City Council approval. We'll start with Mr. Khan, are you the only person to give a presentation, or is there's petitioner presentation?
I would like to point out that the owner, as well as the civil engineer, have joined us, Gretchen Preston and Kathy Kyneth, if you have any questions.
Very good. But you're going to be giving the presentation now.
I'll give a brief presentation, and it's going to be very informative.
Great. Floor is yours.
The site is located on the southwest corner of Duvarin Road and Pontiac Trail. The site is in the Traver watershed. The petitioner requests annexation of the 2.5-acre parcel and single-family zoning. The petitioner is interested in using the existing house for a child care center. Staff recommends that the annexation portion of this petition be approved this evening, but that we would postpone the zoning decision for a later date, probably October 6th. We had a bit of a snafu with regard to the zoning designation. Staff had a discussion on the preferred zoning district, but the public notice went out with a different zoning district. So we'd like to get that right. And hopefully after approval of the annexation, we can get that process to the state and get that going, so it won't hold the petitioner up at all. And staff recommends approval of the proposed annexation.
All right. Now we can open up the public hearing. So this is an opportunity for persons to speak for up to 3 minutes about the proposed annexation of 1290 Duvarin. Public comment can be made by calling 206-337-9723 or 213-338-8477, and then entering meeting ID 962-3902-4427. City staff will call on you by the last 3 digits of your phone number after you've raised your hand. You can raise your hand by pressing *9 on your phone. Please do, when you speak, move to a quiet area and mute any television or other background sounds so that we can hear you. And if you'll state your name and address at the beginning of your comments, we would appreciate it. So for callers on the line, again, *9 is how you raise your hand. And it looks like we have one.
Caller with phone number ending with numbers 253. You have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission. Hello, caller with phone number ending with 253.
This is Gretchen Preston. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I live at 4660 West Ellsworth Road. You got a lot of Ellsworth here tonight, haven't you? The only thing I wanted to clarify here tonight was that my main reason for annexation of this property is so that I may create this child care center that will be a satellite to the one I already operate on Duvarin Road. And I'm looking for your impressions of whether this is going to be a go or not. If I'll need a special use exception from the Planning Commission to do this. I've been through this process several other times. Any of you who know of my other centers may know that. That's my question.
Thank you very much. It looks like there's one more caller on the line. If you're interested in speaking, you can press *9 to raise your hand. All right. I am going to close the public hearing and read the petition or read the motion. The motion reads, the Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby recommends that the mayor and city council approve the annexation and no, that's cut. Okay, that's what I thought. Approve the annexation of 1290 Duvarin Road. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. Discussion of the annexation. Commissioner Hammerschmidt and then Commissioner Sauvé.
Just to clarify something that the caller just brought up. So we're just talking about annexation, anything with any sort of like special use exception, anything that would be not right now.
Correct. What's on the table in front of you is the annexation portion of this annexation zoning petition. The city can't take action on zoning or on the special exception use until after the property has been annexed. It's my interpretation that what Ms. Preston was asking was whether you had any opinions about a future special exception use that will come before you for a child care center in this location.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Sauvé, go ahead.
I guess I have a question for staff. If there was kind of an analysis on the R1A versus R1D, because the staff report said about, density, to fit more housing, and what the difference would be between those two zoning classifications if this lot was subdivided after rezoned to either one of those.
I could give it or take a stab at that, and then Brett's welcome to join in. R1A requires a minimum lot size of 20,000 square feet. That's about 2 units per acre. R1D, as in David, has a minimum lot size requirement of 5,000 square feet. So it's about a quarter of the size in terms of the minimum lot requirement. The reason that staff discussed this zoning issue for this site is because this site is the very first site of all the other properties in this side of town off of Duvarin, west of Pontiac Trail to request annexation. So the zoning is important to us because we'd like to be consistent with future annexations. In other words, we would like to have a consistent zoning district. And it's the opinion of staff to have a zoning district that encourages a diversity of housing types, including more affordable housing, maybe smaller lots, more modest sized homes, mixed in with some of the larger lots and maybe larger homes. But the idea was to encourage diversity, maybe encourage some density, support transit along the Pontiac Trail corridor, use land and infrastructure more efficiently. So that's why we are recommending R1D. Brett, do you have anything to add?
No, I would just add that the petitioner's application is for R1A. Both the R1A and R1D would provide the potential for a special exception use for that, for a child care center. That's not distinct. The only difference would be, just doing the math as indicated on how many, what the minimum lot size and ultimate density would be for those different single family zoning districts. So I think Jeff did a good job summarizing sort of our thoughts on it.
So to clarify, it's been submitted as R1A, but we're shifting it to try to get it to R1D because at roughly 100,000 acre lot, 20,000 square feet means 5 homes, 5,000 square foot lot means 21 homes could fit on this if, it wasn't a childcare facility, and setting that precedent for the area.
Exactly. And because it was advertised specifically as R1A, we thought it was important to make sure that everybody actually received that information, was aware of that. If the Planning Commission were interested in proceeding with an R1A, you thought that was more appropriate, then no additional action or notice would be necessary.
I have no interest in making it R1A. I'll just put that on the record. No, that's helpful. And I just kind of want to like talk through like the reason for this site, but it's good to know in the context of the entire area that that's also the intention. I think it also reinforces why we need master planning to come back, that, you know, we're reacting to a site as a strategy instead of having master planning for the area. But yeah, I guess.
I really tried.
No.
You really tried too.
I don't want to go through that again, but I would. I'll lay out my opinions. They're not guarantees, but since I'm unmuted, I think there's one down the street from me at Gretchen's house. I think there's a neighborhood across the street that could be serviced really well in terms of close proximity. I don't have any general reservations at this time to that sort of special exception use, but yeah, until we actually see the proposal, then we'll review it. But that's kind of my feelings at this time about that.
Commissioner Milstein.
Same opinions regarding the special exemption use as Commissioner Sauvé. I'm happy to see that it's not going to be a marijuana facility of some sort, special exemption use. It's been a while since we've seen one that's been outside of marijuana. I do have questions regarding this area, and that has to do with have Mr. Khan or Mr. Leonard, has anybody else in that area approached the city regarding annexation into the city?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And in sending out our notifications of this public hearing, are residents who are not City of Ann Arbor residents, so residents of Ann Arbor Township, were they notified of this?
My understanding is that yes, regardless of what jurisdiction you're in, if you're within the 300 feet notification area, you would be notified. I'll let Brett correct me if that's not right.
Yeah, the law and our ordinance reflect that it's 300 feet period. It doesn't matter the jurisdiction.
Okay. And then this area is serviced by municipal utilities?
Not currently. However, this site is, because it's right along Pontiac Trail. But if you go further to the west, those sites are not currently served by city utilities like water and sanitary. But this site does abut water and sanitary in Pontiac Trail.
Okay. And was this area included at all in that list of, I think at some point there's a list of properties like along Newport and along Geddes. Is this area at all on any of those lists to be annexed into this?
Yes, it's within that grouping of around 500 parcels that we call township islands that are within the city's ultimate service boundary.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
That question was the one that I had, whether it's not a matter of if, but more when, and part of the agreement between the township and the city. So you've addressed kind of my concern on that. And in terms of, what happens here, I mean, this is along a transit. There's already relatively dense housing just south of here with the R1E. So I'm in support of higher density development here, and also a mix of uses to service all of the housing that is coming in that area. And so I look forward to the conversation and seeing the proposal for the rezoning and the special land use. Any other comments? I think we're ready for a roll call vote, Mr. Leonard. You're muted.
Could you remind me who made the motion and seconded it?
Commissioner Milstein, I think, definitely was one. Commissioner Sauvé could have been the second.
Commissioner Abrams.
Yes.
Commissioner Hammerschmidt.
Yes.
Commissioner Mills.
Yes.
Commissioner Milstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibrandal.
Yes.
Commissioner Ackerman,
Yes.
Commissioner Sauvé.
Yes.
It is unanimous.
Very good.
On the
So
city
now
council.
it will move on to City Council. Thanks, folks, for sticking around with us. It is at 11 o'clock, so we have to take a vote to take up any additional items that are on our agenda. We've already punted on 2 of them, and they're a work plan for this year. And I actually think, given our discussion of the previous thing, I think we need to dig a little bit more into that personally. So I propose that maybe we should do that when we're a little bit fresher. It's not going to happen next. This is my concern though. Our next agenda is completely full. So Mr. Leonard, like, do you need our, do you want us, would it help to discuss that for your staff to work? Because we don't do these things without your staff.
No, we've got plenty to do. I'm more worried about you adding more stuff to it. We have several large ordinances that are still finalizing. We've got lighting that needs to get to City Council. We've got the C1A, C1AR, we've got site plan standards. I've got the committee, the development committee that the city, I just got sort of a list of names that I need to reach out to. So I am happy to postpone that. And I do think we need some more time. I have a fair bit of questions for all of you, given that recent PUD discussion. So I think it would be worthwhile for us to spend a little bit more time on the work plan. As far as the committee structure, perhaps we could take quick action on that just to establish the new ORC committee. But we're gonna have to revisit that now that Commissioner Woods is no longer our Transportation Commission rep. But maybe we don't decide that tonight and we amend it. So
Does anyone?
A long way of saying, let's maybe tackle committees as presented, the planning conference resolution, and we'll postpone the work plan discussion.
Okay, so if the next item on the agenda would be the work plan, which it sounds like there would not be interest in taking up. So given our bylaws, we just can skip over it and say, does anyone want to make a motion to take up agenda item 11B, which is committee membership? Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Abrams. Can we have any discussion of taking this up now? All in favor, please raise your hand or say yes. Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That's everybody's hand. Okay, so we can take up 11B, which is a short staff report by Mr. Leonard. There's no public hearing associated with this. So
I presented the proposed commission assignments as discussed in the working session. I think the significant changes that would be incorporated with this would be adding Commissioner Milstein to the Affordable Housing Subcommittee and removing Commissioner Briggs from the ORC Ordinance Revisions Committee and replacing her with Commissioner Hammerschmidt. And as indicated, we would need to come back perhaps and spend a little bit more time identifying a new Transportation Commission representative.
Okay. The motion, we just voted that we would take it up. Now I'm reading the motion and then somebody's going to move it. The Ann Arbor Planning Commission approves the Planning Commission Subcommittee and designee assignments as presented. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, is fast tonight. Seconded by Commissioner Ackerman. Any discussion of the assignments? Do you want a roll call vote? Or can we just do a voice vote? All in favor, please say yes or raise your hand. Yes.
Yes.
Any opposed? No one, so that carries. Great. Would someone like to move to extend the meeting? Commissioner Milstein, to take up attendance at the Association of Planning Conference. I think that's what it was. Seconded by Commissioner Ackerman. Any discussion of extending the meeting? All in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Or raise a hand. That seemed to be everybody. No one is opposed. All right, so we will extend the meeting. Is there any presentation for this, Mr. Leonard?
As I offered via email, the Michigan Planning Conference is virtual this year, which means that the cost is reduced. We could support any planning commissioners who wanted to attend. 3 commissioners have expressed interest, and so the proposed resolution would, as required in our bylaws, have you authorize the financial support for them to attend that conference. Commissioners Sauvé, Abrams, and Hammerschmidt.
Very good. I will read the motion. The Ann Arbor City Planning Commission hereby approves the attendance of Commissioners Abrams, Hammerschmidt, and Sauvé at the 2020 Michigan Association of Planning Annual Conference on October 7th to the 9th, 2020, to be held virtually, and further approves associated expenses from the Planning Services Conference and Training Budget. Moved by Commissioner Milstein, seconded by Commissioner Ackerman. Any discussion?
Have fun.
Have fun. Thanks. Learn a lot and bring it back to us. All right. All in favor, please raise your hand or say yes. Yes. Great. Any opposed? None. Okay. We are then on to item 12, audience participation, which I think we can continue on.
Yes. Yes.
Right, we don't have to vote to take that up. So this is the final opportunity tonight to speak for up to 3 minutes, and people can speak about any issue of interest. Public comment can be made by calling 206-337-9723 or 213-338-8477, and then entering meeting ID 962-3902-4427. You can raise your hand by pressing *9, and as always, Mr. Leonard will call on you by the last 4 digits or 3 digits of your phone number.
Mr. Garber, you have 3 minutes to address the Planning Commission.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Leonard. Ken Garber again. I'll be brief. I know it's late. Regarding Lockwood, thank you for the very thoughtful discussion. Just one technical point. Listening to the petitioner's answers on building electrification, when they're referring to hotel-style electric HVAC, it sounds like they're talking about PTAC units. That stands for Packaged Terminal Air Conditioners. These are the individual units that you see in hotel rooms that are basically single air conditioners that can heat the room when you reverse the flow. I'm not an expert on this, but I don't think that's the kind of building electrification we want. We want VRF, which stands for Variable Refrigerant Flow. With VRF, one central heat pump plant has refrigerant distribution systems serving individual spaces, which have their own thermostats. My apologies if you already know all this. These are much more efficient, much quieter operation. Mitsubishi and some other vendors now offer some extremely efficient VRF systems that work well in our climate. The petitioner's answers, talking about motel units and flipping properties, make me wonder whether Mr. Gabris and Mr. London have any experience with VRF, especially the new systems. And my apologies to them if they do. But I just wanted to mention the difference. If the petitioner is going to do an electric versus gas operating cost comparison before this gets to council, and they should be costing VRF, not PTAC. All right, now that I've said all that, let me say that I'm impressed as always by your stamina, and I thank you for your great service to this community. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Garber. Anyone else who wishes to speak, you can press *9 to raise your hand.
Nobody else is on the line.
All right. Very good. Any commission proposed business, item number 13? Mr. Leonard proposed what I was gonna say, which was let's look at our work plan. So
I would ask, please look at the work plan. You'll notice in my memo, I was already suggesting you maybe pull 5 or 6 items off of it. I hope that's what you mean by look at it, Commissioner Mills, as opposed to going the opposite direction, but I would spend some time with it before. I anticipate it will come back to the next meeting and just stay on the agenda, but it'll be at the end of the meeting, and if we don't have time, we'll see what happens. But I would just ask that you do spend a little bit of time with that, and I'm happy to answer any questions in the meantime if you have them.
the comment that I want to say is like, I want more information about which things we need to be paying attention to that address our dual challenges, right? Like a lot of these things can add costs, right? Which goes against our affordability. And so
I think we need to have a little bit of discussion about the balance of those. I know I don't think it's an either or, but in some cases it's an either or. And I think we do need to, I think that your point is a good one. I think Commissioner Gabrandel was getting at this. I was having some of the same thoughts. I think we need to think about at times in order to be successful, we're going to have to prioritize perhaps affordability over sustainability or vice versa. And that's hard for any of us with both of those concurrent policy goals. And I think it's probably something that we need to spend some more time on.
Yeah. That's the lens that I think, like, in helping evaluate how we spend our time.
Yeah.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion for adjournment? Commissioner Gabrandel, seconded by Commissioner Sauvé. All in favor of adjourning, say yes or raise your hand.
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Ackerman, all opposed? He's not going to say anything. There's at least 6 of us. There's at least 6 of us who are going to adjourn. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in there.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye.
Thank you very much.